Hey, siblings. Let's see if we actually see me online right now. Apparently we do. Okay, it shows me online. Alrighty. Wait, Vina. There we go. Perfect. Can we send this out to Zara? There we go. Have people. Alright. Um, it's trying to accept.
Hello?
Hey.
Is this
Hi.
audible? Like, does this come out clear?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just gonna turn
Okay.
up my volume. Okay.
Kind of draw. When I saw Sam smile, I thought of like that time, like how to draw people from the algorithm. Pretty, hot, trans, woman, hot,
So true.
smiling, happy, pale, happy, pretty, trans, woman.
Your your AI
You gotta do
voice
what you gotta
is like
do.
epic.
Okay, so I'm not teaching in my usual place, so hopefully this is work like doable, like visual, like okay.
Let's see if I can turn off my camera. Ooh, I
Hello,
can.
boys.
Hello, Phoenix.
Uh,
Let's see if I can expand you.
me,
Oh, I
me and
can. Look it. Look
Shower
it. Look it. I
being
did stuff.
Oh
Good
shoot.
job,
Ooh.
Pack.
nice.
Yay!
Me in the shower being like doing anything slightly inefficiently. No, that wastes 30 seconds. I might be late.
Oh my God. That sounds really stressful. Honestly, we're not like we start at the exact minute anyway. We wait a little bit to see who even show up.
Well, usually because my my equipment doesn't work right.
Yeah, but at this
Quite.
point, it's also been me, really. So it's not like I'm like, bam. What am I
No,
looking
I
for?
understand that, but at the
Yeah.
same time, I don't want to have to use the leniency. I
Yeah.
appreciate the leniency, but I want to make sure that I'm ready, like a little bit ahead of time at least.
Okay, here you go. Yeah, that's good.
I
Okay.
did. I rebooted my tablet and everything. Did it matter? No, because as soon as I
Awesome.
touched it again, then it rebooted it again, and I was like, "Oh wait, oh now you're updating. Oh great. Well, might as well pee then."
Yes. So Sam, I heard your medical concerns that you shared with me. Do you feel that you'll still be in a state to be able to answer your homework questions and all that
Yeah.
stuff? Okay.
Yep.
And that's not gonna like super force you or like harm your mental
No.
state or anything? Or
No.
like
Nothing
the
really.
the the
Open nowadays.
exertion? Okay.
Yeah. No. No. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. I may be
Beautiful.
speaking at the Vancouver Trans Pride March.
Cool. That's awesome.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. But
That's
it comes with
big
some
news.
risk. It comes with some risk
Yes.
because it's a protest. It's not a police agreed upon gathering.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so I will be taking a little bit of risk. A little bit. I might be a detention girly.
Hey, well, you got my number programmed in or memorized or something?
Yeah. Do you mind if I share it with my lover?
Don't mind at all.
Okay.
You share
Yeah,
whatever you need
'cause
to.
they're gonna be there, and if anything happens, they'll be calling someone that's here, and also Kate. But yeah, it's got to happen. So they have to still figure out because I only got the contact to contact who's organizing very recently, and it's happening the 31st, so there was already a bit planned. So actually, thanks. So we're trying to see if I can even fit in. So it's like a strong maybe. They're very interested, but they haven't like it's not like a yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so
The more the better, right?
yeah, so Kay will not be with us today, and Holly will not be able to join us yet again. I hope to have Holly soon. Selfishly, I hope to have Holly soon because since she's a content creator on here, that's kind of a big. She brings a lot of people, and actually, she was a very lovely conversationalist and knew a bit due to her background that she shared with us. Hi, Ren.
Hello, Zara.
Without being too detailed, just checking in, do you feel, and it's totally fine, I'm just making sure you feel that like you're in a need for the focus of the coins, which is good.
We can
Just
have a
if
more. We can
like just
share
they
them more
just
equally.
no I'm just trying to gauge where you're at because I do need eventually, but I'm not like urgent today, tomorrow kind of thing. Does that make sense? But I'm still not in a position of like employment or anything. So I just wanted to check like where you gauge yourself, I guess.
I just recently received a bit of support from a good friend, so I don't have a need as in today, tomorrow. But yeah, it's only going to last, a couple weeks. So
Okay. So if anyone's gifting, still lean more to Ren, please. Thanks. Because all of us in our demographic are struggling. So thank you. I know that's kind of awkward to ask, but I didn't even think about it until I was right here.
no, I appreciate it honestly.
Yeah, yeah. So let's see. I think we really have what we're gonna have for now. So I suppose we'll get going, which means I will start reading the open letter. Okay, so I'm using technology that isn't mine. Okay. This is an open letter of rage, opening myself, the degrading pain of seeking still that neural path in the minds of others to experientially perceive me as human, to write the necessity of the sacrifice facing towards the transgender community tells a long history, a handed down belief that the true transgender community wasn't, and will never be black. In a subculture of outcasts, there too still is the same society, one of gleeful master and lowly slave. You have stolen my languages, generations of autonomy, the dignity of a respectable death, forced the horror of being birthed into this subjugation. But on it went, how still black trans people fled chattel slavery and found themselves in unfreedom, unshackled, yet still captive in the colony you call home. Black trans people made a new language, a new site, a new scene, a world away, and you too stole that, saying that the very structure which makes you human, showing its cruelty towards you, permits you the moral crimes you commit. And this is the worst failure of understanding in the transgender community. You are a human being branded for deviancy for your gender expression, and me and mine are loathed subjects further perversing ourselves. Black transgender people die because they are forced onto a planet in its white supremacist world, which deems that black self-determination ought to never exist. And you all have played your parts in this open colonial dominion. Do the neurons pass the voltage in such a winding way as to regard the anguish of this rageful writing, or do the neural pathways spark to avoid, deny, or dismiss the societal pathologizing? Rationally, I should be running away from you all, each in your inheritance of whiteness or permitted proximity to the white social structure. Rationally, there is not a generation of you that has shown the radical persistence and self-examination to create a new world on this planet that meets what you say out loud, believe of yourself. And yet here we are, the outcasts and the perverted slaves, stuck in one category, gender deviant. You reach for the lipstick, the razor, the dress, or the blazer, yet I see the whip just the same behind the new gender adornment. You have changed, but remain no different in your character. Black transgender people made the world, the queer frame of reference in which you live and understand yourself. You have pillaged and colonized this world, and this is the core of my rage. You steal and forcibly shape to your use what my people make by the spirit fueled with the innocent will to live. You are the stewards, the representation of nothing, just violent consumers who weep that life is unfair over my people's bones, with my people's language. This conversation is an insistence of me and mine in a new generation colliding against queer complicity to genocide and racial caste. I interact with you with the love I have for my fellows to not be killed or neglected by your cold shoulder to atrophy and cease, as those in the transgender community, the gender diverse who do so without the fatal mark of black and indigenous skin. How will you meet my rage and rational criticism? I know what you tell yourself, the same things you have for generations, which internally permit your extraction, theft, and pillaging. But when face to face with the branded, othered architects of the trans world, what will you do? Expectations and rules regarding conduct of this gathering. 1. The introduction will be read each session. Along with these expectations and rules, both are subject to change as I see fit. 2. This is a trans space for trans people to discuss racism, segregation, and interracial political formation within the trans community. We will acknowledge that trans includes a multitude of identities that span cultural context and unique gender expression. Ultimately, this is a space for gender variant people who see anti-trans political sentiment and legislation as a grave danger. This conversation will be centered within the United States and Canadian context, but others are welcome to join. 3. There may be some moderators who are not trans, but are trusted to help moderate racism within this space. Ideally, over time, trans people will be trusted in this role, but these shifts in people will need to happen organically. 4. Black and Indigenous voices will always have the priority. Racialization is a critical element of discussing and experiencing racism. Thus, we will prioritize based not only on ancestry, but also racialization to oppose colorism and featureism. If any non-BIPOC trans people interrupt BIPOC trans people, they will have 2 strikes and then be asked to leave the conversation. 5. We will acknowledge our disabled peers by conversing one at a time. Currently, it will be myself and Trunkle Pact who will update and determine chat order for now. The speaking one at a time ensures those with hearing or communication processing needs have the ability to follow along better and contribute to the conversation. A desire to communicate will be expressed by a hand emoji in chat, or if verbally asked by a host, to ask who wishes to speak next. 6. When introduced, you will be expected to present your age to verify you're an adult for TikTok, your race and ancestry, pronouns. You will be encouraged to also share your trans experience, male to female to male, non-binary, two-spirit, etc. Clarity is added here. White people can acknowledge their racial phenotype, but also share their ancestry. We want to have your full reference of existing. 7. Non-BIPOC people comparing their experiences to anti-Blackness or anti-Indigenousness will not be tolerated. Appropriation of slang and AAE will be addressed as it happens to stop cultural theft. To be in this space is to acknowledge the fact that Black slave resistance and liberation being a critical element to making current LGBT plus culture, even if you're not aware by historical details. 8. While myself and Trunkle Pax are hosting this space, we hold that other BIPOC trans people are also leading voices in the conversation. Non-Black and Indigenous people will hold them in high regard. 9. This is not a safe space. This is a protective space for Black and Indigenous trans people. We are permitted, nor will we be restrained, expressing our experiences and emotions regarding colonization. For non-BIPOC, you are expected to self-regulate, contact non-BIPOC peers for help self-regulating, and doing emotional labor to validate Black and Indigenous peers. White centering and fragility will be addressed immediately. The captured culture already centers you every moment of every day. It is time to share. I am teaching on the unceded, stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Pax wishes to say a land acknowledgement, then this class session begins.
I am on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people who have been here since time immemorial.
Thank you. Okay, speaking of, yay! Ren got coins! Yay! Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, that's lovely. That's wonderful. Keep doing that, people. Anyway, so, speaking of leading voices and consenting, hi, Ren. First of all, do you consent to Sam's proximity on the panel right now? Or Phoenix's?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Now I assigned some extra homework for each of them, but I did it differently for each of them because of where I thought where they were at. For Phoenix, we had Phoenix review the live that happened in order for her to kind of look at what happened, what took place, and I had a peer of hers help her through this process. As for Sam, instead of watching this one, as in the last one, directly, I thought just based on how I sense and feel Sam, I can't intellectualize it. It's just hunch. I had Sam more so watch Misty and how Misty behaved in order to try to observe someone outside of herself and be able to then extrapolate that data and internalize it. Okay, now I'm able to kind of put it on a conscious level. I felt like Sam is someone that gets very distracted by herself. And so by observing not herself, I thought that might be more constructive. Now, with that being said, do you consent to or desire us breaking down what they have learned and reviewed and attempting to, yet again, apologize to you and attempt to create closure knowing that there's a potential for more injury interpersonally?
Yes, I consent to and would like this to continue.
Do you have a preference of who starts?
I would prefer Phoenix to start.
Okay. Do you want to have the conversation or do you want me to do that, which I'm happy to do?
I would like for you to start, and then if I would like to add something in, I would put my hand in the chat. Would that work for us?
Yes. Hi, Phoenix, you here?
I am.
So, Phoenix, thank you very much for I often not have to say this, and earnestly, I wish I didn't have to. But at the same time, I'm still thankful. So know that morally, this is not required of me, and certainly do not think of it for Ren. But since I'm not the one immediately injured by what this interpersonal exchange happened last time, I will comment in this way. And again, just do not put that kind of pressure or expectation on Ren. They do not owe that for you. But I am thankful that, considering the bars in hell, that some of the initial things that expressed to me curiosity to learn, I am thankful I am seeing you choose to lean into that and continue to conduct yourself in that way. I cannot comment if it will be successful, as that will be dependent on Ren and what you two go through. But at a basic level, I am thankful that you are not only willing, but seem to actually have leaned in to do so based on what I heard from your peers' feedback. So Phoenix, we're going to take this not just as data points, because as we know, learning this way is not constructive, as in just data points. I want to hear from you first. What was it like being, when it came to the homework with Ren, what was it like being assigned this work and then watching the live? What was that like?
It definitely, things I felt like in the live were definitely like things like, that I knew conceptually were like also like driven home and given more perspective, and things I may have missed also like, due to anxieties and being in the live last time were, more like apparent and, better learned from. And it actually like it made it so that I am going to request the link each week, like when I ask for the homework too, because it did help a lot, and it was very eye-opening in general.
After witnessing Cal, and then having the session that happened, how do you compare and contrast your behavior last live with that of, oh, I see. Sorry, that distracted me. How were you able to compare, nope. After experiencing Cal's behavior and then doing what happened in the last live and then watching yourself, how would you compare your behavior last live to that of Cal's behavior?
While there are like definitely similarities in like white fragility as well as being overly apologetic, I feel that I did do my best to stop when I felt when things were addressed. I receive the information I am getting without not without like, I wouldn't say without excuses, but like I tried my best to not give excuses, to like understand what had happened and why, like what was being said and why it happened, and like I tried my best to not let my emotions get the better of me, and I tried to and also like the biggest one is I'm here this week is the biggest difference. But like, it's not to say I'm perfect or better than, just that the like it seemed that they did not take it well, and I don't like I'm not saying I took it amazingly, but like I am at least trying to be persistent and have grit, and I'm not saying I didn't have like feelings of white fragility in general through the week, like, and I'm not saying it was like listening to myself was the easiest thing, because I had the perspective when listening to it after being in the live. So like I yes.
Will you tell us more about that? Tell us about the
Um,
white fragility you experience of yourself throughout the week, and tell us what you are witnessing of yourself in these ways you're about to describe.
It's just the or-
Am I here, or did she? Is it her? Is it
like
her thing or me thing?
it's no.
I think she glitched momentarily.
Oh no. It's just
You're good.
oh, did I
Yeah,
am
you
I
did.
what
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So
Okay.
start from the top after
Sorry.
my question, because whatever you said, we didn't hear.
You're good. I did stumble over myself a bit, so I said, if I could just take a second so I can answer thoughtfully, and I was about to take a breath, and I took the breath, and then
Oh,
you said that. I'm like, no. I was like, no, I'll move it closer to the router, I promise. I didn't say that, but like,
yeah.
that was.
You're good. Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah. Also, sometimes joking about my anxiety actually does help it, so yeah.
Noted.
But the thing I like the thing that happened probably the most was like me just having like an initial thought of like I'm dealing with so much, like I don't have time. It's like yes I do. I'm just like it was very much intrusive thoughts of white fragility, because I like when it
Good spot.
when it happened, like I was like you're just kind of being a bitch about this, right? I'm like yeah. And like
Yeah.
and it's like not like just like hey you can do better, and you can do better, and like having like it, like I didn't like I wasn't like even in those moments I wasn't ashamed, because like I'm like it's a learned behavior throughout my whole life, and sometimes it's going to creep back in, but just like with anxieties and like self-esteem issues that I've dealt with arguably help me with those types of intrusive thoughts, because I can be like no, that's not you. You're just being stupid for a second. You just need to not be stupid in general and work on not letting that sort of thing creep in.
Well, real quick, let's try not to
Mhm.
associate it, one with the word stupidity, because,
Oh, yes.
well, no, just for a reason. It's something I had to address that Sam would have saw me dealing with oh my God, this white woman yesterday, or last night. Oh my God, you saw that bullshit, Sam? Miss Hope? Jesus. Anyways, these white women named Hope are killing me. Anyways, that, when we say things like stupid, especially in the context of race and racism, it implies that people with different levels of cognition are inherently like closer to evil, right? Since racism
Hmm.
is evil. So in that way, right? Like it's not just like, oh, I'm word policing you or whatever. Like
Hmm.
there might be that innate like resistance, right? Just because of, the woke mobs here or whatever. It's deeper than that, because like elements of privilege, the response is that bristle, and that bristle, the source of it is it's not that deep. But if we really sit down with a lot of the things that are asked of us to reflect on, even if it seems like nitty gritty, that's a level of privilege that's distancing us, and so we don't want to correlate different levels of cognition with an inherent association of capacity for evil. But also it's about being kind to yourself, because I'm hearing that like, hey, you have some tool sets that are helping you, that you've had to go through, different forms of harm, right? Especially that are so common to us, right? We're a full panel and audience of trans people, right? Like we all critically at different levels, but still centrally understand what it would be like, those body issues, self-judgment, etc. And again, to use a problematic word, but in this case, to help us pivot away from it, what comes from it, the inner voice that says, ow, ouchies, enough, that isn't stupidity. That is exhaustion tied with white fragility. And it sounds like you did an excellent job identifying that you're both identifying the ways in which you have pain, but your pain is trying to lead into your privilege. And thus, in that sense, the way in which you're trying to get away from your pain is leaning on something that you have that Ren, Celeste, Maru, and I don't have, right? We can also have that pain at different quantities, quantifiers, right? But we don't have that same leg to lean on that you have when you're talking about that. And so thank you again for being honest to describe that and challenge yourself on that. Because when you're thinking to yourself, this hurts too much, I can't, I'm too tired. Remember, the ways, like Ren, Celeste, and I are going through quantifiers. I never say it's your exact pain, but quantifiers to pain that you're describing, the judgment, this, because we're all trans people here, right? Quantifiers, adjacentness to your pain, but we don't get that break either, right? We get, because this, for you, this is break, okay, right? But this is not break for us. This is racism, right? This is the violence of our genocidal, subhuman, structural, interpersonal state. So where you see, ooh, break, I can take a break, I can relax, I can separate myself from the pain. No. For us, it's like this. It's stuck together. It's woven and sewn, and it's just ouchies, 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 ouchies. We don't get that break. Even if we are talking about relative privilege and other ways, structurally, within the trans community that might be Black and Indigenous people, anti-Blackness and anti-Indigenousness, though of course I will always comment more on anti-Blackness and confidence with that because I'm not Indigenous, but I do want to make sure that at least my Indigenous compatriots are at least somewhat held in conversation, even if it's just in loose spirit. Not other layers of privilege cannot separate this. Like even the wealthiest, most comfortable, like Laverne Cox's, she can't do this like that you are describing the way you can. That does not mean she doesn't in her own life have things you don't have. But in terms of like structural, societal, even getting healthcare in terms of even how the doctors will treat her, right? There's never a way she can separate and have this be a leg to rest on away from. So with that being said, so you shared with us here, and I'm thankful for it, and it sounds like Ren is too. So thank you. You're making good progress. You're helping Ren get more things out of you that they want to hear. So the collective sounds like it's getting some nutrients from what you're sharing here and your vulnerability. So we hear that throughout the week, this was coming up. I'm like, hey, ow, ow, ow. And you're like, But then what did you learn? Now that you were observing, what were you learning about yourself?
Well, something that is often reaffirmed and I often relearn over and over again is the over-apologeticness. Because it can be better and it can be worse. The wanting to fill empty, like the empty silence is often a problem I come into. I do have a problem with centering myself. I don't know if that is so much. I mean, yeah, that's. It's more apparent when I listen to myself. I feel like that one was very like initially learned, and then further understood by listening to it the second time, or listening to myself the first time, but saying it. Yeah.
We follow. It doesn't have to be a big answer. Is there anything else? If that's it, it's not like it as in like that's not enough. Was there anything else that came to you?
I have a hard time I sometimes read things that are probably innocuous as accusatory, which might have to do with like my history of being like bullied and like emotional abuse, which is yeah. But like not as an excuse, but just like it like innocuous questions can be innocuous. Yes.
Do you think or say or label anything as an excuse? You're just sharing earnestly, aren't you? You're just sharing very vulnerably right now, aren't you, Phoenix?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and do that.
Sorry, I have a that is also related to the emotional abuse because like my dad was always kind of he wasn't the most emotionally available or understanding gentleman. And I use the term gentleman so loosely it might as well be like quadruple X pants on me.
Yeah.
But so yeah, that stuff was all like I feel probably the most the one that hit the two that hit the hardest was like as far as like re-listening, like the ones that were either like affirmed far more or the two that were affirmed far more listening the second time were the over apologeticness, because it's different when you hear it from yourself and just how often you say sorry. And it was funny because I was reading my peers' notes and they write in cursive, and at first I didn't see what it said, and then I was like, what do I say? Oh, I know what it says. What do I say a lot? And it was like, says sorry a lot. I'm like, that's fair. Then the second thing is the centering. And also the something that helped me a lot was not only hearing like you relating to Ren, but also like hearing it again. Like just the structure of it and how it was conveyed and like how you connected and like brought in aspects of just the overall like the situation at hand was not only poetic but also very heartfelt and meaningful.
So, if I have your consent, Phoenix, in my space where I'm storing notes, do you consent that I write down that list of attributes you noticed in yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So can you take them from the top again?
Yes. Over apologetic. Reading innocuous questions as accusatory. Problem with self-centering.
Now,
filling
oh, go ahead.
silent space, or sorry, silence.
Nope.
I mean, yeah, I caught it too.
Yeah, good job.
Surprisingly. Let's see.
Filling science, yeah. I think, was there anything else? Or was that all of them?
I think there was like one more maybe.
Sorry, this is not a laptop I'm used to. Give me a moment. I mean, you think on it, but let me see if I can.
Yeah.
I wonder if this has a right click. Well, it kind of does. Well, just think on it again, like as if you weren't trying to think of what you said before, but as if you were
Mhm.
trying to say something new. Maybe it'll come to you faster that way.
Mm.
Okay, I'll just fix it later.
One I didn't say, but definitely is there is timidness.
Okay, thank you. Do I have your consent to use this as teaching material that isn't going to just be like, this is from, that isn't individualized, that will loosely be individualized, but I'd be more like trying to teach in these traits within white fragility in a general sense.
Of course.
Okay. I want to make sure.
Also,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say the timidness would probably be like timidness tied to white fragility, but like yeah.
Mhm.
But
So,
but yeah, of course.
Fine.
Anything
Okay.
to help the general cause.
Right. But I have to make sure because like you're being vulnerable, and I need to do it in a way that's respectful of that vulnerability, and not just be like, "Look at Phoenix!" So I want to make sure that I was not doing that. So in this time, when you watched the last live, in terms of how Ren was speaking towards you, when you reviewed that, what did you feel?
That
When you were listening a
was
recording of Ren talking to you, what was that like?
that Ren was extremely fair and beyond fair, I should say, to the situation and to me. And I appreciate that, and that it was never it was it was also beyond patient. And
And what did you notice as you were watching this recording where Ren's saying like, "Hey, I'm noticing a thing here." Could you see as the live was going the things Ren was experiencing before they pointed it out?
yes.
Ah,
If if Ren had not pointed it out to me in the last live, I might not have, but I was keeping an ear out for it, and yes.
Ren wants to say you didn't mention any emotions really, Phoenix. So in what ways did you be so when you think of someone being beyond patient, beyond kind, beyond giving, what did that make you feel to reflect that that's how you were spoken to, given how you felt at the time and the behavior you were displaying?
I was really like I felt like thankfulness. I was very like thankful, and like I really like, despite making mistakes, I felt like like despite making mistakes, and like I just didn't it felt really, it was, I don't know, it was really, it was humbling as well, because like I felt like very humbled because it you know, I I couldn't, like, that's stuff you can't even ask for when someone does something that like giving, like you it was very appreciated, and I felt that in some ways I felt also kind of undeserving, and that
that might be tied to the self-esteem issues I mentioned earlier, but like it
So when you are reflecting on your feelings, what is it like emotionally reflecting on that Ren was not only capable, but chose to speak to you and present you those things even as they were experiencing that from you?
humbling in a far grander sense, because for that kind of patience, I can't imagine the things that has like happened like around like to around Ren in just a general sense, to have that level of patience.
Hey, Phoenix,
Yes.
is Ren intimidating?
No.
What would you want to say to Ren that despite everything Ren did, now that you can see it better, what would you want to say to Ren about the fact that you experienced him as intimidating last session?
I Ren, I cannot thank you enough. You are patient, helpful, kind, fair beyond reason. Um, there is a depth of character that like is commendable in any sense, and like for you to do this work is, I know, difficult, but I cannot know how difficult. And I like I cannot thank you enough for what you did with me and what you obviously do on a very regular basis, just from the level of patience you have. And I'm sure I haven't even seen you at your most patient. Like that's also a thing. It's like I could tell that like you have like so much rope, and it's like it's insane. And I know you're not an infinite wellspring, but like to have as much patience as you do, again, I can't imagine.
Hello, Harmony. Then the question is, what are you going to do in that awareness? What are you tangibly going to do to better Ren's circumstances, to better the circumstances of others that are in Ren's position? Like, what are you tangibly? Yes, you can, Harmony. Welcome, Harmony. Like, what
Hey,
are
Sarah,
you?
I hope you're well.
But thank you. I'm doing a little bit better, but challenging times ahead. But anyways, what are you? Because Harmony brings up a good point. Like, what are you doing, and what will you do, and what are you doing in any way to tangibly lessen the reality that Ren or others like Ren live in? Because Ren's collective is not your mammy.
Work to deconstruct my own biases, as well as be prepared to call out problematic and like downright racist behavior when seen or when in proximity to. Um, uh, I mean, mutual aid in a general sense. Like, give to mutual aid causes.
Well, I have a mutual aid cause that I'm trying to help. You trying to give to it?
I mean, yeah, do you have a Cash App link? Or a Cash App or
I
a
have a
Cash App
flyer.
form?
It's on my page, but I'll type it if that's okay, Zara. Because the thing is this, you
Hold on though.
Sorry.
Ren did want to have a question. It is
Yeah,
Ren. It
sorry.
is what happened to Ren, so Ren does need the centering. But yes, you can write down it. But yes, Ren, what's your question?
Phoenix, may I ask, when did you review the lives? The live, singular.
I believe I started on Wednesday and finished up Friday. Like, I listened to it like, the problem was I was going to listen to it at work, but my schedule got moved up to days, and it's far harder to listen to it during the day. So, because more people are there, and it's harder to, like, get away with having an earbud in than at night. But I listened to it in like, I believe 3 hour chunks, or 2 1 hour and 1.5.
I
Okay.
apologize. I thought when I came in, I'm sorry, Ren. When I came in, I thought he was talking to you. That's why I said pay her, Zara.
So Phoenix is a trans woman and Ren is non-binary. Unless,
Okay.
oh wait, are you talking about me? Or
Yeah, when I came in, I thought Phoenix. I'm sorry, I thought Phoenix. I thought she was talking to you, Zara. That's why I said pay her. Now I realized Ren's pronouns are they, them, so I didn't want to misgender.
yeah, so we're because right now we're trying to facilitate like review of conduct last time. And I was trying to do the labor on Ren's behalf, so Ren didn't have to do too much. Ren, I'm so sorry, did you have anything else to say or
Uh,
was saying?
Yes. So I got it. When did you have conversations with your peer?
Sorry, it was today.
Okay. Okay, because the thing I was wondering is, given you reviewed the footage with at least some time, and then you did say that you did speak to your colleague today, but I do wonder why you didn't reach out to me personally with an apology, if since you felt a type of way about it. Not saying apology is necessarily the thing, but just like an acknowledgement, really, of what happened. Because that would feel more genuine to me. But I do understand that we are talking about it in class, so I did want to hear what your thoughts and what you're going to say about it.
I didn't want to assume how you would have felt about it, but I understand that that is not necessarily the right assumption, because I could have messaged you and asked if it was all right to talk about it. And in the future, if something arises, I will make sure to do that. Check in and ask if it's okay to talk to you about it.
So you said your thoughts about it were you weren't sure. Could you expand on that part and what you said, and like a little bit more?
Yeah, I just felt I didn't want to be intrusive, and like I realized that I could have reached out and asked if it were okay to talk about it, and that was a failing of mine. And yeah.
Oh, I see. Because I gave such explicit directions that, I see. Okay. Well, I didn't. I will take some responsibility for that, Ren, because it wasn't. I didn't say to her not to talk to you, but I didn't ever say to her, go talk to her either.
Respectfully, I don't think that you share responsibility for that, though, because that doesn't that doesn't stop me from reaching out all the same.
And I respect you for saying that, Phoenix, because the reason why I'm asking this question is because when you talked about how it made you feel, honestly, I was kind of expecting you to say something a little bit different. So, given the response that you did give me and what I was working with, I was like, well, this is the way that you genuinely, truly felt. Then why did you not act on it?
Just feeling feeling that it would be impolite, and I also didn't want to overstep if there was a boundary there, but there was no stated boundary, but it was just preconceived notions. So, incorrect assumptions. Yes, Sarah?
I'm wondering, I'm asking both of you because I don't know. I'm wondering, is there this phenomena that's starting to happen where the classes can have a cross-racial conversation, but then out of class we return to a default of segregation? Like for Phoenix, do you feel like that the black and indigenous trans siblings here, that they're not accessible or to be conversed with consciously or subconsciously, unless it's class time?
I wouldn't say consciously. And I'm not opposed to it, but I would probably say subconsciously, though. Not inaccessible, but it's
still a way in which you're alienating black people,
yeah.
from your life. It has to be something structured. It's not like you feel a spontaneous accessibility to interact with black people despite it being the internet.
Yeah. I could see where you're coming from, and it's not. I said not inaccessible in the sense, or sorry. What was the word we were just using? I'm drawing a blank. Unapproachable.
Segregated? No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not unapproachable. Just I feel like I'm going to be a bother.
Ren wishes to speak.
Okay. can I be frank about just how I'm feeling? I'm not saying this is the truth of the matter, but this is just, I'm pretty sensitive. This is what I'm perceiving at the moment.
Go ahead.
It still feels like you find me intimidating. It really, really does. When Zara asked you earlier, am I intimidating? When you said no, the way that your voice rose and the inflection that you hit, it hit my radar as a lot. And I took a step way far back from that because I was like, maybe that's my own bias, whatever the case may be. But that it hit my light radar. It did. And then when you were going on to explain, you didn't mention the way you felt about anything for a while, and you struggled to find words. And then there was something that just now too, but it was 3 times that I got that that feeling, and I do think you genuinely are in a space where you do find me helpful and appreciate and value what I give, but that doesn't mean that you don't still feel intimidated at the same time. And that's just what I'm perceiving, and I could be completely wrong, but
What do you say about that, Phoenix?
I really don't, like, the thing is, like, consciously, I don't see you as intimidating. That's not, again, that's not saying anything about my subconscious, but I really don't, and, like, yes, I definitely found you intimidating, like, the last live, but it's, like, after listening to it, and after, like, noticing, like, just, like, the ill-perceived nature of, like, me and my anxiety and having that interaction with you and then listening to it back. It's like you're not intimidating. You are really I would argue like you said, very helpful, yes, but like also like very kind.
So, what would you say to the fact that while Ren is trying to hold the possibility of hypersensitivity, that in general, Ren is still feeling this from you? What do you think about that?
I think the best thing I can do is be conscious, like try to be as conscious of any like subconscious bias that still exists. Yes.
So, one thing I've noticed, Ren's sharper than me. First of all, I just have to say that. Oh, Ren, I'm so sorry. Or sorry, Celeste, you have an emergency. Message Pax if you need, please, or me. Someone in the server or something. If you need someone else, please. Okay, well, I'm not in a position to be able to help Celeste right now. But Pax would be better be able to, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm gonna message them.
Yeah. Anyways, first of all, I just want to say again, Ren is fucking sharper than me. Jesus. There's just like people in details I don't even see that Ren's talking about. That's cool. And frustrating that they have to do that. Apologies, Ren. But secondly, what I do notice is that Ren is often asking you for emotions. And what you revealed last time, as I recall correctly, is that you intellectualize things. And then if I recall correctly, or at least this is a note I had in my head, is that your intellectualizing blocks you from actually being in more emotional and social proximity to your peers in lower racial caste position. Like that intellectualism inherently, I'm taking language new from this class now, inherently maintains that segregation. So, um, so when I asked you, like, hey, Ren's feeling this way, you move in position to like constructs of thought and awareness you can do, but I'm not, well, first of all, there's not even like actions or verbal things you can do to reassure Ren or soothe Ren, let alone empathize with Ren. So I'm noticing more of that intellectualism that is preventing you from connecting to like the pain of one of your own trans peers, trans siblings. What do you think about that and feel about that? And for you, actually, one last thing to say. I'm going to stop saying to you, what do you think about that? I probably will to other people, but that's such a difficulty. Like that's an easy lean in for the way that you think. So I'm going to say, what do you feel about that?
I feel that like I feel frustrated.
I think you're cutting out because I heard the.
Better.
Better, but it definitely confirms that you were lagging. That's okay. I mean, it's not your fault, but
You mean
yeah.
good?
Yeah. So what do you feel about that?
I feel frustrated because I'm either misrepresenting myself or something's being caught about me that I don't see yet again. And I trust that Ren is being honest and like about what they're catching. As far as the things they listed, I know when I said no, I said it with the infliction of like that it's ridiculous to think that now. So I did say it with infliction, but like I intentionally said it with infliction. Um, but I the
So
and oh, sorry, I was gonna go back to Felix.
oh,
I realized.
to
Sorry,
Felix?
if that was your what
Sorry, you're going back to Felix, you said?
feelings. I if that was
Okay.
sorry.
Well,
I
no,
thought
I
because I
need to
realized.
interrupt you because, like, I have to navigate this one with, This one's dicey. Okay, so what I'm struggling with is that, like, I hear you're trying to express, like, hey, I'm just trying to trust that Ren is being forthright. But what I'm wondering is, when would that ever have had to need to be in question? Even when we have considered that Ren already said, hey, I might be hypersensitive right now. So I hear that you're experiencing frustration, but there can be implication in at least that statement that might imply that there's consideration. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm having to disentangle the peopling in terms of emotional connecting and the peopling in terms of verbally connecting. And then trying to get both together to do that. And so what I'm noticing is that I'm trying in myself to go, okay, this is a verbal connection issue right now, while we're trying to also work on the emotional one to have a cohesive, like, human thing in the middle. There's nothing Ren is doing that would warrant any inspection of if something is forthright and honest from them.
Wasn't a critique. It was an internal, not an external. Sorry, internal critique due to last live and like how like I was presenting myself. Not. It was my side, not their side.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
that just made me raise a brow a little bit. So getting back to feelings, which I'm gonna try to guide a little bit. And yes, it get to do some of the real learning. It's choppy like this. I recognize it's choppy, but we kind of have to like basically steer the train a lot as it's trying to move. So ultimately, Ren is still expressing, hey, I'm not feeling this emotionally with you to get to like the human connection with you. And when we're trying to have to teach simultaneously both the emotional and the verbal to get to the middle, it's like having to tackle both at the same time. And on both sides, both emotional and verbal, this is Ren, this is you, I'm struggling to see and trying to push you how to both verbally meet in the middle and go a little over, honestly, and emotionally meet in the middle and then go over, like in both ways, like how you emotionally relate to like the pain experiences that they have with you and verbally reiterate what is being shared emotionally, and then both not only do active listening but then affirm what Ren is feeling from you, and then not only reassure but empower Ren, right? Like, because some of the work is meeting in the middle, but repair isn't like that. Repair is like, I'll put in the effort to like explain and share and make the space. So I'm 20 in, but like emotionally and verbally, well, I see it's out of the camera. Emotionally and verbally, you've got to do like 80 now. You've got to do 80 now so that we can still meet 50-50, like human to human. And what I'm trying to figure out how to push you to is, how do I help you be able to actively listen to what Ren is sharing and insight and experience that Ren is having, and then go from active listening, which is me in the middle, to reassuring, and then go from like getting some emotional response yourself, meeting in the middle, that Ren is feeling this way, to then actually like empowering so that Ren doesn't feel that as much as humanly possible. Do you see where I'm trying to come from, Phoenix? With like what I'm trying to like where I'm trying to get you?
I think I do, and I think I can at least give a more cohesive, like, thought out response. Because as you were saying that, I was trying to like, you know, take in what you said and apply. Regardless of you, like, even if you were being more sensitive than typical, it's fair to be sensitive about this, because, like, we just had the last live. And I was not, I did not see the things for what they were. And that was a disservice to you. It was dehumanizing. It wasn't helpful or conducive in any way. And I don't want you to feel as though I'm intimidated by you, because I'm really not. I was actually really a little emboldened, in the sense that you aren't not unwilling to have these conversations with me, and you continue to not be unwilling to have these conversations with me, which, again, very patient, because I've heard me speak, and it's I don't want to be afraid to make mistakes. I have been, and I'm working on it. And I honestly do feel more comfortable in this space because of last week and listening to it and this conversation in general. And honestly, I appreciate how perceptive you are, because it does show me things about me that I might not even recognize, that other people in the live might not catch. Oh yeah,
I wanted to make sure you were finished before I jump in.
yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, so given the spirit of your answer, which I do appreciate, do you consent to exploring another potential side, the third aspect that I didn't get to mention? There's a connection there, and again, I'm not saying that this is going to be the case, but in the spirit of exploring and sharing for everyone to see, do you consent to exploring it? Okay, because there's this tendency that y'all white people tend to have where you overcorrect, where you go from, oh, I was unconsciously doing this thing and I realized it, oh no, so now I'm going to lean too far over. And in this case, there is a potential of basically pedalization, the authority complex. And that was the third thing that I was hearing the first time. It was giving me the school teacher vibe, the professor at school vibe, which is, I'm a student, I sit down, I shut up, I learn, and if I say anything wrong, I'm gonna get in trouble with the teacher, and I really want to be on the teacher's good side, like good graces. And it's that kind of intimidation, not necessarily the, oh, big scary, but more so that, oh, this person, basically is in a position of power, and therefore I must, perform. I must be perfect. I must overperform. All of these things. So, what do you think about that?
Could you? Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you saying that with my first response as well as my second, or just the? Ren, are you saying that with my first or both?
I hear your question. I don't quite know how to answer it.
Fair. Well, I would say that I'm aware that I come voluntarily. I could stop coming at any point I wish. I'm not here to please anyone. I'm here to grow. That's the thing. That's my intention, and I want to portray that, and that's also actually leaning into what you just said. No, I want to live that more so. It's not because it's not because of that, but I also don't want to feel that I'm overcorrecting. I don't want to overcorrect just because of editing myself, because I want to be genuine. I want to be real. I want to like actually have community.
Your your answer was very confusing to me. At least the first part was. I was literally going to ask you to repeat to me what you heard me say because I was really confused about how your answer was. And I don't know, maybe yeah, I don't know. I got confused. Can we go over that again potentially?
The question and then my answer to the question, or
If you can do so succinctly, yes.
yes, yes. You had mentioned that white people tend to overcorrect, and it's not necessarily intimidation, like you're big and scary, but like that I'm afraid to like get things wrong, or white people are afraid to get things wrong, and like they are curtailing themselves to be perfect and like lean into perfectionism and like also white fragility in their editing. And like I just think that like in growing you need to realize that you're going to make mistakes and that you're going to have issues, and like that's not necessarily a bad thing. I often see it as a bad thing inside myself because of self-esteem issues, but I need to get past that because the growing happens when I'm more flowed with the conversation and more so connected with my emotion, which I've been having a hard time doing recently because of disassociation in a general sense. But like it is helping to be here and have these conversations and actually like see the issue, like see where the disconnect is in my like emotion and my like verbal depictions of said emotion.
But I'm still not seeing, or at least I can only imagine so far because I'm not Ren, but I'm not seeing or imaginatively feeling anything that you're saying that's like giving Ren soul food. Like, I hear you're learning more about yourself, which is good, but um, a thing that I keep seeing really struggle in these classes is how do you actually do emotional tending and wound care to the Black trans people that experience pain from you. This is something you and Sam have absolutely struggled with consistently. And I want to read what Ren said. Yes, you gave me nothing, which is why I was confused. I'm going to give you a key. I'm interrupting you. I am interrupting. I'm sorry, because I just realized I need to say this. So you remember the example apology and like emotional connection I did with Ren? I think that was last session, yeah? Right? I think I like did an example.
Yes.
So you are leagues from that, but that's what you need to try to get to if you want to actually sow solidarity with your Black trans peers who, again, will statistically be far more helpful to you in every way. Not to say that we have to be helpful in order to be given the basic dignity of human relation. But I'm going to just reiterate from what we talked about last time. The white people that you're conditioned to think are safer for you, that are cis and all that, ain't gonna, or even trans, ain't gonna do shit for you. So if you know that's gonna be Black and Indigenous trans people who are gonna do a lot fucking more for the movement, a lot fucking more for the welfare of trans people, and are far more likely, even on an individual level, to take in white trans people who are in need, as Holly discussed with her own example when being a baby queer in community, you're not giving anything back emotionally to people that are constantly hurt, constantly harmed, constantly degraded, and still give, 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 give. Right now, emotionally speaking, you are taking, you are harming, and then you're not mending or giving. Ren says they're happy to provide a breakdown if you need it.
I am willing to try again, but I will accept the breakdown just for the sake of it would probably be the most helpful. And, like, yeah.
Ren, do you want her to try again or just go to the breakdown?
Oh, can you please can I may I request that Phoenix answer that question one more time, because the mixed signals that I was getting, I was like, wait, I want to hear the answer one more time, please.
Wait, to what was just asked, or the
Yeah,
question that started this conversation?
that's what was just asked.
So, are you going to attempt a time to go off my example to apologize to Ren in an emotionally fulfilling, thorough way? Or do you want to have Ren answer in the breakdown now?
I would like to give it one more shot.
Now, why did you choose that answer this time versus last time? Hello, Mystic.
Because the breakdown was leaning into white fragility.
Okay. So how can, if you remember my example, remember how Ren sighed in relief, right? When I did what I did, because I was able to more humanely, and I don't even like that word because I find a lot of humans to be very, well, structurally and interpersonally violent, but unfortunately that's the one that has the kind of connotation I'm looking for, past its actual verb word. But I was able to more humanely relate to Ren. That got Ren to do a sigh of relief, right? You're not getting any sort of response like that. You're not even close. So if you look at that way I communicated to Ren and the character and the heart of what was said, use that as an example. Go ahead.
So, what I'm hearing you say is that you don't, like, you want people to be real. You don't want people who just, like, please you. You don't want people to, like, just give you what they expect you want. You don't want that, like, presupposition of, oh, they want this. You want actual emotion and connection and, like, actual, like, feeling put into it. Not just thought, but actual, like, emotion and, like, actually, like, seeing you as just as just as human as they are, which is, like, bare fucking minimum. And, like, you don't get it, consistently don't get it. And the frustration of that is, again, one of the things that I cannot imagine, but, like, just trying to sympathize with it is insane. And it's not that you want, like, everyone to be cookie cutter. You want people to be real, actually, like, give back emotion when you give emotion, like, give thought when you give thought, like, actually, like, meet you where you're at, like, put in the work to, like actually bear, like, what they are feeling to you, because you are willing to do that with them. And it's frustrating to realize that in this example, and like for myself, like, frustration with myself, that, like, it's hard for me to, like, connect in this way in a general sense, and it others people in like who I like want to have community with, want to be real with, want to be emotionally vulnerable with. And I just
You're starting to do I. You're starting to do I.
Yeah, I was doing it to get back to Ren. I don't know what you go through, but I sort of like how Zara said in the last live, just the emotional labor of going through like racism on a daily, and then having that shit, it's not only are you getting stabbed by the caste system of in the trans community, but you're also getting rocks thrown at you, be interacting with white people in the trans community. I don't know where you're not getting pain from at this point. It might be easier to say where you're not getting pain from. And one second. It is painful to know that I've been a part of that. And I appreciate you, again, being endlessly patient with me.
Well, I would like to say that you did definitely make some improvements there. I did appreciate some of the things that were said for sure. And I can see you reaching. I can see you reaching. And that's not in a negative sense. So, just for that clarity. There's. Go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah, no, I took it as a positive. Yeah.
Y'all reaching around? I don't even know what that means. Are you a troll?
Sounds like it. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So I want to say I appreciate that. I do, because oftentimes, yeah, there is no reaching at all. I very clearly do see and feel the reaching, so that is deeply appreciated. There's still something that I'm struggling to articulate at this second.
Yeah, there's definitely something that isn't. I'm trying to figure it out myself. I'm trying to wonder how much of it is her inability to understand because she doesn't live it.
Okay, I have a way that may or may not work, but so when I was first talking about, and I brought up the third example that I felt while you were talking to me, which was the school teacher, authoritarian, professor, whatever words you want to use, that kind of vibe. And then the response that you gave back to me after that did not really make me feel like you understood really what I was saying. And in your secondary response, the one that we just heard, I do feel like in the beginning you were that's where I'm saying it felt like you were reaching, as if you were kind of I was like, does she see it? Is she actually? But I don't. And I think maybe I still don't feel 100% sure that you did grasp it to the fullest of your capacity. And maybe it's not that you didn't grasp it. Maybe it's just it wasn't fully communicated. I'm not sure. I'm still feeling it out. Do you have any initial thoughts on that? And also, what are your initial feelings? Because those are two separate things, and you bring them both into the conversation.
Oh,
Uh,
oh, that might be lag though.
yeah, I saw that they had came off mute, but then went back on mute and then dropped.
Am I heard?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel a bit remiss because I do like see where you're coming from in the sense that it like I see how it could sound disjointed, but I can't really place my finger on where that happened.
Ultimately, it's like, how do we get from where we are to help Ren feel heard and actually given something back for the experience? That is what we're kind of circling around. And there's a difficulty because of this intellectualization. And because we have to, like going back to this analogy, we're having to deal with so much emotional and verbal education about like human relating at the same, like especially across culturally, that it's almost getting to this point of almost like analysis paralysis, where there's just so much information that to disentangle it to get you from here to there in this interaction is so layered, because what we have to keep figuring out is how much of it is a verbal trouble and how much of it isn't actually an emotional trouble. And I feel like I finally now figure out why I'm stuck, because I can't distinguish. It's getting harder to distinguish in which way the bridge is not being made. Well, not only not being made, but crossed to get closer. Go ahead, Ren.
So, yes, so part of the reason why I was asking, I feel like this is the part I think that I'm still missing, is because we were talking about the intimidation, right, and how I was saying that the overcorrecting, and then there's this other form, right, of intimidation. And I even asked your consent, like, are you willing to explore to see how how this may or may not apply to you in this situation? And you gave your consent. And then when we started talking about it, the actual answer that you gave felt very much like, well, instead of actually exploring anything that actually happened, it was kind of like, well, we have to fix this in the future, and I know this is a problem, and while it is something that I do and I know that I have inside of me, and then it was back to looking at the future again, and we didn't actually look at, address, or talk about if that was actually the case, if you were feeling any of that subconsciously or unconsciously. Like, it was kind of just like, I know this is, we have to work on this is a problem. and you didn't actually look at anything. Is how I received it.
The first time I responded, you said?
I remember some of this because I remember there's a note in this Red and I share. I remember you were saying you have some of this still in you in terms of intimidation. And I was wondering about that because you had mentioned that you don't feel Ren is intimidating, but then you're saying that there's some element of that still inside you. And that was what made me go, what does that mean? Like, is that still felt, or is that not felt?
Like I was saying that I don't feel it. I'm saying, and I was trying to say, like, I don't think there's a subconscious like remnant of it, but like the subconscious is hard, like it's harder for me to like see my own subconscious like idiosyncrasies.
Pax, have you been present? I know you've been kind of dealing with emergencies pretty much every time we've had
Yeah, I'm here.
sessions, but I can't tell when you're actually here anymore.
I'm here.
What do you make of this exchange?
I firstly, I want to say, Red, how much it must be exhausting to have to explain over and over and over how to humanize people and to say that you need to be spoken to just as an individual, even if you make mistakes. It must be absolutely exhausting and frustrating. I think that Phoenix, you're trying to. I really liked what you had to say with the analysis paralysis, Zara. I think Phoenix, you're caught up with the analysis instead of just like living the moment and letting it be, and just responding instead of trying to overanalyze it in that particular moment on what they're saying to you. I think you're hearing them, but you're not, or you're listening to them, but you're not hearing them. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, overthinking is definitely one of my weak points, and it doesn't help when trying to connect with anyone, because it's like it is dehumanizing to like towards Ren to like not like actually like understand what is being said, but instead just intellectualize and respond to what's being said, like on a non-human level. Yeah.
Right.
So, Pax, is there any way you can lead this woman to an ability to relate to Ren, or... Well, that sounded like an alien saucer or something.
That wasn't on my end, was it?
Huh?
Oh, that wasn't on my end. And
No,
somebody
that
just-
was from Ren. It was like...
Yeah,
It just gave me like really gave me UFO.
Did you get beamed up, Ren?
I was not aware that I was off of mute. My dearest apologies. That's by my fan because I live in the garage and it's really freaking hot in here. So yeah, that was just fan going.
Oh, okay.
My heart skipped a beat when I heard like you say "Holy shit," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
I was like, I really hope they are not, but like,
I just really don't like being off of mute when I am not intended to be off mute, particularly because we talk to ourselves all the time. And yeah, so I'm glad it was just the fan this time.
Yeah. But anyways, Pax, I have to admit, this one's making my brain numb. Can you try getting this closer because I'm getting stuck with her in terms of finding out where the verbal part's verbal and where the emotional part's emotional.
I think, Phoenix, I think you're stuck in the whole colonized view of we tend to overanalyze things and not respond personally, and not give heartfelt responses. And I think we have to let go of some of those inhibitions that we have and realize that this is a place to do that. And even though it may come out wrong, and it's a better place for it to come out wrong and us to learn from it. Do you know what I mean?
And like when you were saying it, I kind of got a little sick realizing how many like shallow, vapid like interactions I've had just in general, like throughout my life. Like, and it wasn't a fun thing to realize.
No, it's very much not. So they are really working to help you get in touch with your feelings and to be able to express yourself without having to overthink it. And it's very rare. I was not taught when I was a kid how to, even though I was allowed to have emotions that, they very much had to be guarded, and to keep a stiff upper lip and to not acknowledge that on anybody else. It's very much the way that I was raised, and it seems like that's the way you were raised, and we need to let that go to be able to humanize and to communicate better.
Heard.
Ren, did I get that a little bit more correct?
I think you said words that sound good, and I think that and not in an offensive way, but I think that really the challenge will be how it's taken and moved forward with. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure how to move forward on it today, to get a response that is genuine without it being
At hackneyed.
overanalyzed. Yeah, and overanalyzed, and whatever. I think it might be better to let Phoenix maybe sit in that awkwardness for a little bit, to figure out how to do that, because I can't instruct Phoenix on their brain, and how they would be able to communicate with you.
I would like to, because to address Phoenix again, because I remember you asked us the question, and I didn't have an answer at first, but I have the answer now. So one, I have the answer if you want it, but secondarily, or more importantly, in my opinion, I want to know why you asked it and how it was going to help with the conversation, right?
Which question? Sorry, it's.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm pretty sure I had asked you what you thought about what I said. Maybe I forget the lead up to it. Not gonna lie, but you had asked me which response was I talking about, of yours, the first response or the secondary response that you gave. And what stumped me at the time is that why does it matter which response? And that is what I want to know from you right now. But I'm just not. If I need to give more to get you to understand like what I'm saying, I can do that. But that's really what I want to know.
I mean, I asked the first or both, and it's both, because, like, neither were really at all real or relating, and it's been frustrating for you, and I can imagine it has been frustrating for you, just like Pac said, you can lead me to emotional depth, you can't make me dive in. And I don't mean that to mean I'm trying to be stubborn, I mean that is in, like, for the gap to be bridged, I have to relate to what you're saying, and I thought it would have just been like information as to like if it was specifically just the first one, but realizing now it definitely was both. Neither had depth or connecting to you. And it's like, even if you said it was the first one, I'm gonna argue with you at this point, cause yeah, it's, and it wasn't seeing the forest for the tree through the trees, or however that expression goes exactly, and I thought it would be helpful at the time, but incorrectly so, and being frustrated with it, like, in
Hands
the
up,
sense
Kenny.
that I didn't, what?
So I want you to actually to go a bit more into the actual why, because a lot of what you're saying I agree with, but like you have to actually do it, and that's what I'm like requesting of you right now in this moment.
Because if if it were the first, it would have informed me that the second were getting closer to the mark, and neither of them were getting even close emotionally. Like, that's why because I realized that none of, only my third response was even close to, starting to try and relate emotionally. And it's, I still am having issue, seeing, how, what is being said. And I don't want to be the, cause of pain for you. Because you, like I've said, you, not because it will, to please you, but, because, it is insanely kind of, on your part to do this. It is, yes? I didn't hear you when you came off mute. Does anyone else hear Zara?
No, we weren't hearing you, Zara.
Still don't hear you.
Their type. Oh, yes.
Dave?
Sorry. I have not met someone as patient as you. I haven't met people as patient as the people in this live, I should say. And it baffles me. And it's, and I don't want you to feel pain. I don't want people to feel pain in general. It's not conducive to anything. And especially, I don't, want to cause that pain. And the frustration that I have caused is, like I said to Pax, it is sickening how many, conversations I've had were either vapid, shallow, and I might not have even realized the pain I was causing, including ones where I was talking to you and, you were, I would imagine you were very frustrated with how I was, acting and, responding and not trying to feel what was understand what was being said and feel and connect to it. And it's frustrating, in general, because no one wants to feel othered. No one wants to feel like someone's, subconsciously, consciously, whatever, saying something that is harmful regardless. And I don't like it. I can't imagine you like it, especially with how much bullshit you go through that is related to that feeling. And yeah. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce for a second, and I was trying to tie it back, and now I'm a little. I'm lost as to where I was going, but I just.
I do want to say that I felt you get lost. I literally said it out loud with that, so that was interesting. But two, I want to comment. I want to comment on something. I know, well, at least I have my perception of why it's happening, and then I want to lead us around. Okay, so the thing I want to say, comment wise, is that in your, I would just be mindful in your search for connection that you don't lose, you don't get lost, basically, like you did. You want to, when you're searching for your connection, your emotional connection point, you really want to make it a direct line as much as you can, because the more that you twist and you turn and you wave when you're searching, you're going to end up getting lost like you did. And I think that's going to come with practice. So I don't necessarily, not necessarily saying that, oh, this is the worst thing ever. I think you are making progress. I just want to point that out to you. So hopefully, maybe you'll be able to see that winding path is how you got lost. And then to bring it back around, I literally was typing this while you were talking. I said, yes, so again, why did you ask the question? You touched on it a tiny little bit in there, but you really got to dig into that well, because again, this here, where I'm trying to focus you on is how you're going to actually get that growth that you're talking about wanting to do. Like, you have to actually be able to see and identify and name what you're doing, what is happening, particularly in real time if you can get there.
I mean, to be fair, I asked the question because I was falling trap to the thing we are talking about. That's, ultimately what I'm trying to get at, is, I was trying to give a correct, air quotes, answer, but,
it's not like there is no correct answer when trying to relate to someone, and it's like trying to curtail or trying to edit or trying to know what is better or if one was better is falling into the trap we're talking about, which is again missing the forest for the trees. Also, no, you should have said this is the worst thing ever last week. But yeah, no, just the trying to like edit and it's I am frustrated with myself in real time. But and it's I feel like you're trying to say like it that's what it seemed like, because it was like essentially falling into the like white like the overcorrection like behavior of so many white people, to where it's like I'm trying to give a right or correct answer when it's like I'm just like you're just trying to lead me to where we can connect and like understand what is being said. And thank you, cuz I'm normally more difficult than this.
Do you think I was done talking before you started?
Not now. I did. Not now.
I was just like, dang, because oh shit, and I deleted it to reply to Sam. Fuck. Okay, there was because I was actually going to give you a little nugget, but you actually ended up cutting my little nugget right off. So maybe that was for a reason.
Cutting off the nugget in like I addressed it, or cutting off the nugget as in like I just didn't realize that you weren't stopped?
The second one, yeah.
Can I still get the nugget?
You know, I respect you for asking. I'm still deciding whether or not I want to give it to you.
You first mean thing you've ever done to me.
Okay. First mean thing, eh?
Oh, come on. Like, you know what sarcasm is.
Listen, okay. I have, all right, anyways, but no, I do think I want to share the nugget just because, honestly, I love doing this work, to be real. I really do. Not because any white woman was begging, just so that's clear. Yeah, because I don't respond well to white women begging.
I feel like that is a veiled criticism of me, and I won't hear it, and I won't respond to it.
I mean, I was looking at the chat. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, I was
If the
joking.
boot fits.
Aw, that hurt. That one was mean. Now I am hurt.
But it sounds like to me to get this class back on track. Apologies, Zara. I feel like I need to. Yes, but no, because it sounds like to me you asked the question to coddle yourself, to create that space for you to sit comfortably in your whiteness and in the various tenets that do come in a multitude. You asked that question to create distance. Do you hear the answers that I'm giving you? The answers that I was looking for, that I still would like to hear for the class at large. Hello, is how what you are doing is playing into the whiteness, so that way I know that you are aware of it, because you're just saying I have to fight the whiteness without naming it, without identifying it, without being able to say this is what it is. So how are you going to fight it if you can't even tell me what it is? You have to be able to name it. And if all you got at the surface is a little, oh, it feels like defensiveness, then you need to start pickaxing that down there and really dig deep, because defensiveness does not work alone. The tenants do not stand by themselves.
Defensiveness, like cushioning space, like I'm trying to like remove myself from the issue. I'm not like trying to like actually hit it. And it's trying to like distance myself like from accountability and like perceiving like what is going like what is going not wrong, but what is going remiss in like how I'm relating, how I'm like, and also like arguably also asking is like seeking some sort of external validation, which is a problem I have at times, and is very much like, you don't like, that is like, I wouldn't be surprised if that is also like very much an aspect of whiteness in like seeking external validation, because I mean that is just, it's something that I tend to lean towards. I and like I just need to not, I need to not feel like shame in my own emotion. Like feeling ashamed for an action is different than like feeling the shame I feel from like actually like expressing myself and actually allowing myself to connect with people, because it also like, it feels vulnerable, it feels scary. Like it's frustrating because like so much of whiteness is like, hey, bury that shit, stop feeling, why are you doing that, that's weird. And I actively like bury my feelings so often, and it makes it like I can't like I'm like, you must feel like you're trying to like talk to a corpse that's already been buried, which, you know, I mean, pretty apt for trying to connect with me emotionally, I'm not gonna lie. 'Cause it's like I don't bear those things because of like so much conditioning, and like it's such bullshit because it distances myself not only from other people but my own accountability, like my own feelings and thoughts. It doesn't like it distances me from so much that I can't like fucking might as well try and like get through it with a fucking buck or a bunch or good fucking luck, because like it's just, I have learned how to suppress, bury, refuse, and like it's and no amount of anything anyone else does will get all the way through it. All you can do is tell me like how to dig, and if I'm like, oh, you mean like this, and I start kicking my feet on the floor,
yeah, good fucking luck to me, because that ain't gonna work. And that's like what I imagine it feels like right now is like I'm you can only put it so many ways. And and I feel like the most prudent and active steps are to like realize when I actually like look at the the tenements of whiteness, which actually my peer sent me a link to that they said you sent to them. And I didn't get a chance to read it before this live, but I'm definitely gonna do that between this live and the next live, and like actually analyze them within myself. And if I could request homework in some aspects, Zara, like having like me go through those tenements and like look through this live and like see what I can spot from myself of those.
Well, Phoenix, girl, can I tell you that you done picked up a shovel?
You mean
Did you understand me?
spoon in here?
Spoon in here?
Huh?
Yes, yeah, I did. I heard what you said. I said, you mean this big spoon in here? I thought it was for cereal.
I'm just saying, out of all the responses you done gave to us tonight, that was your most real one out of everything. And I heard you open your mouth and say, I think ever, honestly.
There's a first time for everything. 1% of the time, it works every time. I feel like 1% is a lot for that, actually, but I appreciate that. I wish I could tell you exactly what I did, but I'm sure I'll hear it when I listen to this again. What was, out of curiosity, what was the difference maker?
No. You don't get to ask that. That's your work you got to do.
Fair.
I would look forward to hearing your answer, though. Answering your own question.
Okay. Note to me in the future that.
I actually am interested to hear from the other two white people on the panel. If y'all heard a difference, and if you want to help your peer down here with any of your words or not.
Yeah, I could probably speak. If I may, Phoenix, what I do see is you getting closer and closer to being in touch with yourself, and you know how we were conditioned to dehumanize Black and Indigenous people. We also dehumanize ourselves in the same vein. Um, and as you're, what I love seeing is you're getting closer, and the yearn to do this is kind of being conveyed now through your words. Uh, that's my thought has ended with that. I think just the difference is your brain is actively trying, and you're just getting closer. I can't pick out specific words because I can't remember, but the inflection and how you said it was indicative of like, okay, like like I don't need to, I want to change, you know? Um, I honestly, that's all I got for now. I just think, yeah, the difference is, you know, as you're trying, you're figuring it out. Like, it's like it's like it's almost as if, we haven't done this yet. And now that you're doing it, your brain's like, oh yeah, I can just do this, and then you're getting closer. And getting in touch with yourself will help you get in touch, with emotions, which will help you humanize the people around you. Um, yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Also,
It's a very
to make
freeing experience. Nice.
I wanted to make
Feeling
sure I
my
did in fact say thank you to you as well, Ren. I did. I'm not 100% sure, but thank you. Sam, I didn't mean to. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Ren.
I was just gonna say appreciate you, and then Sam, if you're done, I was gonna check to see if Pax had anything that they want to add. But if not, but if you weren't done, Sam, then you can continue.
Yeah, no, I was gonna about to I was about to ask Pax too if they had anything to add.
No, I think it was more along the lines. The difference I saw was the want instead of the rationalization. That's where I saw the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's
The
like
want
you're
to
actually
make the
speaking
snide
for what
joke
you actually
of what
feel.
do you.
Sorry.
Yeah, the want to make the snide joke, what do you mean by rationalization, is so high right now, Pax. I'm not even gonna lie to you, but yes, I do see what you mean.
Okay, perfect.
You as well.
There's more. Oh, sorry, I keep. If I may say this one, actually I just forgot.
Hello? Is this working?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't working before. Ren, how are you?
I'm doing pretty all right. Thank you, Zara.
hmm Good job, Bunkered Corpse. You did a great job. I'm glad we did at least apply a few bunker busters.
I would like to point out that is it. That does help. It's the. But I do appreciate the instruction on how to pick up the shot.
Yeah, we'll get closer to the corpse in the bunker one day. Or maybe even touch it.
Yeah, fucking, what is this? Stand by me?
Ren, you've done a fantastic job, as always. And you've shown, as always, fantastic leadership. Is there anything else you wanted to continue with this vein of education and humanity building?
Nah, I'm satisfied where we at right now. We done struck gold for the night, and this vein needs to rest.
All right, bitches. And by bitches, I mean you, Sam, and you, Sam, as in you. I'm talking to you, Sam, and Phoenix. You two bitches. Bitch, we got homework to talk about. There's so much. Sam, you still have to talk about the homework you did all the way back with Kay. So you still gotta share your insight with that, and then you have to share your joint answer since Kay is not with us due to an emergency. So let's go through that first. So like sessions ago, you had that homework where you're trying to figure out why couldn't you perceive thoroughly to Mercury's answers, Mercury, black, trans, non-binary person. And Kay did a better job, and so Kay was working on that. So have you, what is your work on that?
Yes, my work
Before
on
you
that is
do that, also, Eliza, I don't know if you know Betty. The agreement Betty and I have is she can attend my lives if she's quiet. Her behavior is not the best. There's a vein in her, using the word vein, that wants to learn. She is a cis woman. This is a trans space, so she's just going to listen to observe. And based on the last things I heard about her a couple months ago, I would not find her safe for you. So we're going to just let her quietly observe, quietly take in, because there's still some elements of her character. I was like, okay, maybe something can work there, and she shows curiosity, but that's where we're going to leave her. So, until I see more consistency in when she does that, and then I might be more curious to check in on her, not here, because this is a trans space. I might change my opinion, but for now, I don't want you to risk really interacting with her. Let her just listen. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you for speaking on that. Um, so my work has been identifying why I could not adequately respond in a humanizing way. Two of the things I identified was self-absorption and unstable hot-headedness that kind of prevents me from seeing things clearly. After kind of reviewing, my behavior, I thought like we were talking about the horrific torture is not even the right word. Our basis of medicine is
Killing black people and taking their corpses?
yes, killing black people and taking their corpses and experimenting on them and doing the most horrific, intentionally sadistic practices because they enjoyed it. Um, and my first thought was like, let's end it for them. Let's end them. But it's like, what does that do for the families of the people that got affected? Do they even want the people who did it to be harmed? Why am I assuming that that's what people want? And so I'm thinking to myself, well, what could I do? I'm like, well, send the families flowers, send them cards, ask about the loved ones that were taken, about their hobbies and their pet peeves, get to know them. You really decenter myself from what I feel from this situation, because I don't feel it. I can't feel enough. There's no way to even do that. I feel like I was trying to reach into a feeling that's not there. And it's much more of a decentering work than centering. Well, I feel like we should do this. Um,
Yep, it's good you take your time. Look at your notes, take your breaths. It's better that you do it comprehensively and not hurriedly. Especially with how old this homework is. You are there though, right? I just want to make sure about that. Sam?
She might
can you?
have. Oh,
Oh, wait, would you not? Damn it, you weren't able to hear me. I wasn't on mute, but it wasn't working.
Oh, damn.
Well, I was just kind of, that was good. I feel like that was good. Uh, um, oh, damn it. That's okay.
if if you feel that it was good, just this time without being shadow muted.
Okay. Uh, how we need to listen to Ren, listen to Zara, and communicate back that we heard what they're saying, and not just, you know, saying sorry. Yeah, damn, I really wish that didn't glitch.
But okay, and then what was your collective answer, right? Because I asked both you and Kay to solve a question together. What was the question and what was the answer you both came up together for that now old homework?
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Good perception, Phoenix. Yeah, if you're still
Wait,
talking,
can you
we
really?
can't hear you. Now we can.
Oh goodness. So the homework was um Kay and I had failed to humanize the Mercury's uh, um explanation, or can you guys hear me? I think it's my
Yes.
headphones, they're dying.
Oh.
I think they are. Can you
All
just
right.
use your
Yes.
Is
Yeah,
this okay?
you have to do like the muting, unmuting, it seems like.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, we got to do this. The oh my god, third time is the charm. The homework was Kay and I had failed to humanize Mercury's very treacherous is not the right word. Heartfelt isn't really the right word either. Explanation. I'll come back to that because I need to explain this to the medical to the criminalization. Sorry, hold on. I'm mixing answers. Why we didn't humanize Mercury's response to the medical system, and how it violently kills people of color for fun and for study. And so we kind of let me actually go back to the answer.
Mute and unmute, Sam. And before you talk, just take 3 deep breaths, because I know it's frustrating, but you're doing amazing rolling with the punches. And you're just, we can't hear you right now, but just.
I appreciate this. I'll do some deep breaths here because yeah, it's all over the place right now.
And it's frustrating. And you've been doing great rolling with the punches. I just noticed that last time you spoke, you were a little bit more frantic. So just.
Right, because it's really annoying that I can't get that.
You got it. You got it. Just take 2 more deep breaths, because I only heard 1.
This is community. Thank you, Phoenix.
Problem.
So, Kay had mentioned that one reason why they didn't, and the reason why I mentioned I didn't was because I was intellectualizing it instead of feeling it. I was treating it like, this is horrible. I remember Mercury's voice. It was, close to, if not crying, and the trembling in the voice, and so disappointed in more to think that I was just intellectualizing that and or not listening. because let's see. So I think my biggest thing is the self-absorption, which is, I hearing what Mercury said, it was kind of, oh my God, kind of going in one ear out the other. And as I re-listened, it, hit me like a brick, and I guess what I want to do is catch it closer and closer until I don't even need to catch it, because I have learned, and it's kind of in my intuition, to slow down. First off, slowing down is another big thing as to why I didn't humanize Mercury's response correctly. And these are all things I can fix. Or not fix, but these are all things that I can practice. Trust myself with. So I guess to recap, the reason why I didn't humanize Mercury's response, because I was thinking too much about myself and how I wanted to come across. In which case will be a failure to communicate anything, because I'm thinking about myself. And more as I do this work, I am releasing that, changing I statements. Like the, actually I don't want to get off topic. Let's see here. I'm not sure if I have anything else to say.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So,
What do you think?
so that's the home. That should be the homework for that. Yeah, that we finally got through it after all these weeks, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. This is a you and Phoenix question. What's it like palpably seeing and feeling your whiteness? What's that like? And how it affects your psyche?
It feels like a virus. It feels like it's not it's a part of me, but I can acknowledge that these learned behaviors were injected into me, and then as a child growing up in an all-white neighborhood, I wasn't introduced to Black and Indigenous people until I moved out at 19, until I ran away, So yeah, it feels like it's starting to feel more and more separate from me, because I am literally tearing it apart in my brain. Yeah, virus is the closest thing I can get to right now. I don't know if Phoenix has something to add.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really interested about Phoenix's answer, because this whole thing was like, damn, you white.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. It's virus is apt. Healing in the most gross detox type sense of the word healing. It's not pleasant. It's very much I realize that it's a learned behavior bullshit that's reinforced through white supremacy, patriarchy, even playground bullying, and just so much reinforcement of this this hierarchical bullshit where white people are amazing because white people say so. I wouldn't trust them. I mean,
it's the same people that leave you to die.
Yeah. But when viewing it at my most aware, I wouldn't trust them. But I have, and that's a failing, and that's why it's healing in such a like I said, gross way, because realizing it, but also knowing that it's still going through. I still have plenty of process to go through to distance myself from it and realize it, and look, I'm falling into the traps of white and just dehumanizing and stuff. Because, I want to be of my convictions, not my learned behaviors.
I'm about to give you some of the hottest tea. Are you three ready? Phoenix, Sam, and Pax?
I am.
Yep.
Being half Black and half white, I felt this similar sensation. I've had
Interesting.
to also see my own whiteness. And I'm black, bitch, but I was raised in that household and I got that blood, so I got that trouble. And I had to do a lot of work. And I also had to go seeing and feeling my own whiteness.
Yes, yes.
Vomiting sounds are apt because that's where I like felt sick
It's
earlier
devastating.
when I was mentioning that. Yeah.
Which is why, again, I do these classes because it's my positionality closer to whiteness to do so. Because obviously, we only feel that whiteness because we had that privilege, right? Obviously, I mean, there's a hellscape between me and the three of you, but there's also a hellscape between me and Ren. So, and everyone else that's monoracially black. So, think about that. That it's not just you. Like, even it won't be your responsibility to address it or anything, but even people that have roots in it themselves that are not racially white may also feel that whiting inside. Just some food for thought. But
I
that's not
very
your
much appreciate
responsibility.
it.
Yeah, I'm just sharing it so that maybe you don't
Thank you
feel
for
like God. Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Did not mean
Pax,
to.
you're good. Hey,
I'm
Pax, what
here.
is it like seeing these younger trans people learn about their whiteness and do something about it?
It. I'm happy on one hand that they're doing something about it, but I'm very sad that there's not more people in here doing stuff about it.
Yeah.
And I wish that there had been more done in my generations, and I feel remiss for not unpacking myself, but also my generation not unpacking, which is horrible.
So we're gonna move on. Sam and Phoenix. Unfortunately, what I really wanted was a conversation between you two and Lyra and Kay, and have like a kiki about what you each learned from the homework. Unfortunately, Kay was intending to finish it, but the emergency prevented that from happening, and Lyra could not do it for I don't know reasons, but I will trust they could not do it. So, unfortunately, you two are the same group, so there's not really as much means to compare and contrast as desired. However, what did you learn from this homework? Tell us. The one you just did regarding the two artists.
Right. Phoenix. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, would you like the notes version or the, like, general vibe of what we put down as our combined
What
answer?
do you think would help me and Ren feel most comprehensively seen in the work that you did?
General vibes sounds good. All right. Like, we learned about, like, the thing is, like, we learned a lot about LSR's, like, thoughts, feelings, emotions. Like, it seemed like he, like, everything he did was very well kept. It seems like there were great records of him. And then with Edmonia, it seemed like we got a list of events of her life leading in to talk about her artwork. We learned, like, I mean, we did learn from both of them, like, birthplace, like, when they were alive. They were contemporaries at one point, but only briefly. Like, where they studied, where they were born, where they studied, where they had lived in different parts of their lives, and where they died. And I think that's like the main similarities between the two articles. And like the thing is, it's like we also like the thing is, it's like there was so much like information on LSR that like I could go ad nauseum, but like it would also like, but there was like so like there was information about, like I said, Edmonia's life and like the events in it, but not so much Edmonia as a person. Like I think there was one quote and one like actually like relating to like something she believed.
I can
Hold on. Before we do that, Ren, do you want to go over that? Because, again, generally you just seem sharper
It,
than me.
yes, I do, just because when you asked Phoenix, when you asked the question that you asked, I have a really hard time repeating exactly. But then Zara said the response that is going to best center the experience of ourselves and herself. You jumped in really quick with the answer that to me felt dismissive, and Zara said that she thought you were being silly. And I still, in either way, I'm like, even like, I never even considered being silly a thing to respond to in response to saying the response that's going to humanize us, basically. Like, why would that be something you would be silly in response to? I don't know. It felt weird to me.
That was just what felt right in the moment. I wasn't trying. I wasn't like, I didn't have that answer pre-prepared. Like that's just what felt like what would. But there is something in my notes that I did, like not the combined answer, but like there was something I did write down where LSR reminded me of like white trans peers in Canada who like moved to a safer place and then forgot about the issue. And like Edmonia's article like made me think about how there is no nation where you like where like Black and Indigenous people of color can like significantly diminish like their like proximity to white supremacy, because white supremacy is a global issue. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Wait, that was a really awkward segue. Away from what, like, that was good insight. I like that, but wait.
Sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize.
Right.
Let's find solution, and where, like, Ren has every right to determine how they're spoken to and engaged with. And this is actually a really good thing to go through, because there's going to be times where there's differences in experience that need to it actually happen to figure out how we navigate this on this panel, because I think this is the first time, because I wasn't bothered by it, but that does not mean that my lack of being bothered is correct for Ren. What do you think, Ren?
Okay, perfect. I think I even figured out what made it feel weird, because when the segue part, or I don't really know what part to be. Let me just say it this way, actually. Even if the same thing would have been said with a different like tone, or like even the way that it was said and it continued here to answer the question, like that would have clicked for me. I think specifically because the jump in and the introduction in a silly way, and you gave a really serious humanizing answer, felt dehumanizing. But like, if you know, it was like the opposite of what you had said is kind of what it felt like. And I think that's why, because if it would have been delivered more seriously, I would have been like, oh, this is just the answer to the question. Like, this is what I like. Now I need to do the general answer, and I'm going to go on and explain what the answer is, instead of it being like, okay, well, whatever she said doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna go to the general answer. Is kind of how it came off.
Oh yeah, no, I just it became very apparent to me that was what was right to me in the moment, and I didn't, or not right, but like that was what would connect, and I didn't mean to come across as silly. I meant like more so sure of like that was being my view, and like I didn't mean to be like, yeah, not I didn't mean to come across as silly. I meant more so sure that like that was like, yeah. And I understand that in like for the topic it either probably wouldn't is not necessarily conducive, and I should have taken a breath because I am trying to be more intentional. I realize that the juxtaposition, regardless of how what was said after, can detract from anything I say after. And yeah, I wasn't, it doesn't matter what my intent was, my impact was that I wasn't taking it seriously.
Well,
And
okay.
it is a
you're not done,
continued
sorry.
issue. I was just
Okay,
gonna
okay.
say, and it is a continued issue with me, and it's got to be frustrating because I do sometimes, I am sometimes a bit, or I am at times too quick to say what I am thinking, regardless of if I'm sure of it or not. And sometimes, like I said, sometimes I feel silence, I don't necessarily allow silence to happen, and I need to remember that it is okay for a beat to happen, so I'm more intentional in general. Sorry,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I didn't mean to trivialize what was being said. And I just, yeah, I can't, yeah. I wasn't trying, yeah. It was not okay. And it was dehumanizing in a general sense. And I just, or not in a general, but specifically to, the topic, to y'all, and I'm done,
Ren,
Zara, sorry.
okay. May I
Oh, yeah.
report on you on this? Because I'm curious. Are there your discrepancies in experience on this?
Yes.
I don't know. I felt like she was just lowering her. I did notice the quickness, but I felt like she was just lowering her guard and just being in the way that she deals with building rapport. I was more so looking to see what was coming from the content of the homework. I could see that if that was a pattern, maybe I might pick it up. But in that instance, I just felt yeah, she was just expressing building a different level of rapport. But maybe at the same time, if I sit with it more, has she actually earned that level of rapport? I don't know, but for some reason I didn't feel. I noticed, like I said, I noticed the quickness, but I didn't necessarily feel offense. I was just still curious to see what she was going to say about the homework. What do you think about that?
I think that's very valid, and I think one of the, like I said, like I mentioned that here. I said, anyways, um, and one of the things that I know I have a strength in and a focus on is specifically humanization and the reverse side of the coin, I guess, dehumanization. So I am way more quick to pick up on any kind of thing, particularly when someone who is black, indigenous, or otherwise not white is specifically asking and talking about being humanized, when we were like actually using the words and being like, hey, this is what we need to be happening, and then the response doesn't come off in a way that respects that someone is literally asking for humanity, I pick up on that.
I think I just. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I just get kind of numb. Like, I don't even sense that. Like, yeah, like I was asking and like, okay, what would be constructive? But even myself, after a while, especially later in the sessions, I I get more numb. This is interesting. Yeah, it just doesn't register to me at all. The only thing that held to me was curiosity. Well, again, the general like fatigue, numbness of like going through 3 hours straight. But then after that, curiosity. Well, what I was thinking was, well, maybe we can set a boundary where like you okay, but I'll share what my idea was, and then I thought my initial like critique to my idea. My initial idea was like setting up a boundary where that communication doesn't bother me, and then we be mindful that that communication is uncomfortable for you. But then I was like, well, there is a necessity to show that there's differences, because part of this is also showing that like not every black or indigenous person is entirely uniform, and also part of it is also like having these very conversations of difference so that they can witness it, because it actually I think it contributes to more of the humanizing ourselves, because we are not Borg, we are not one unit, we are not a monolith. But then I was thinking, okay, but if we do that, right, if I establish a boundary based on this definition, then it contributes to you being perceived in a way that could be intimidating. Because if I'm correct in the sense that it's Phoenix building a sense of rapport versus actually like this level of dehumanization and dissonance, from the topic that she was about to start, then it's like you can be silly with me, right? I'm not saying this is correct, but I could imagine on some level Phoenix internalizing it as you can be silly with me, but not with them. And then we go right back to the same phenomena that we just spent like 2 hours trying to address. So I wasn't, so then that, because, this is only a couple minutes, I couldn't think further than that. What do you think, Ren?
I have a couple of thoughts. Firstly, I think that I am personally doing a bit of work and struggle with the fact that I always feel like I do too much, specifically when it comes to the topic of deconstruction, because yeah, this is a thing I run into quite often. And I'm reflecting if I just need to take, a step back as I usually feel the need to do. I don't feel like that is the right answer. I feel like y'all would tell me that's not the right answer. So I'm moving past that. And I feel like the only thing I know how to do is to want to talk about like how I see the situation and like as far as moving forward would look like. But I would just have to see if he would consent to it or not. But when those kind of things happen, I'm usually often too not saying that this is for sure happening. I'm just saying like this is how I felt, and then Phoenix agreed and went into it, and we like talked about the discrepancy, which was feeling silly, and how that wasn't actually even the intention. So like I am personally pretty satisfied with. We talked about it relatively quickly. It was like we both, we have our stances, and like when we're both like valid, I guess, if you want to say, in our stances, and we can kind of just move on and like treat it in that way again if necessary. Like the feelings that are brought up are discussed quickly, and then we kind of, as long as everyone feels satisfied, we can move on. I think that felt decent.
Let me ask this then, because everything I'm saying is based on an assumption. Phoenix, did you like in that moment, other than the things that let me rephrase this again. What I heard in the conversation between you and Ren was that you were actually being silly in a way, no, just being silly, period. Now, what I want to know was, for some reason, in my nervous system, for some reason, have an assumption that I can't shake that you're trying to build rapport with me. Was any of that actually there, or is it just like your own discomfort and it had nothing to do with that, or minimal to do with that?
I mean, I would like my initial my initial feeling on it was, oh, I am almost sure that it would be like general vibes of the notes as far as like being able to communicate. I don't know if I wasn't really trying to be silly. I was trying to be sure of myself, and
Oh.
yeah, and like it was like, and I was like, the thing is, it's like that is like something I will do in general, so I would lean towards more rapport, because like that's something like that's a like when I'm sure of something, like almost like when the question is finished, I will answer quickly.
So wait, hold on. So you were being silly, right?
No. I was being like, I was sure of it. That's what I'm saying. Like that's a speech pattern I like have, where it's like if I know like by the time the question is finished, I will give a quick response.
I am so sorry.
Like,
My brain is kaputting. So wait, but isn't that a part of what you and Ren just talked about? Am I just like completely out of this? And
oh, I
'cause
was talking about how, like, no, I said in the response that it was me being sure of it, but I understand how it could have like come across as silly. And I think what I said was like this, like the speed at which I did it, and like it wasn't conducive to like what I intended, and like I've been trying to be more intentional, and like even if I am sure of myself, give it a pause, like allow for a beat, because it's not necessarily a bad thing. And it was also like I was, yeah, speed and inflection, yeah, and but that was also to recognize what Ren had said, and like they're valid in that, in the sense that like it, like as far as like taking that break or that beat can help me be intentional with my inflection, and like allow the conversation to flow as naturally as it can, and also not seem to trivialize what I am about to present.
hmm. I have to sit with this myself. Yeah, just the complete difference in perception is very strange for me. Again, now that we're not a monolith, but that is so interesting to me. Huh. I wonder if it's just like, well, I don't know. Like, I kind of perceive it as like white people, like cynical, like nihilistic humor about how they joke about fucked up things. But then I guess, why do I not find that offensive? Am I just so used to it?
I
That is
mean,
so strange.
I mean, while I do the like cynical nihilistic like humor, it wasn't like, again, I wasn't like, the thing was I was just sure of the answer, like, because it's specifically with or questions. Like if I'm given two options and I like already like have a really strong gut feeling, I will
Right,
often just be like, yes, that one. But like
right.
like
Go ahead. But, oh, you have more.
I also want
More? No, okay,
to,
okay.
yeah, I also want to be like sensitive to how that speed and the infliction of the sureness can come across and how it can take people like detract from what I am saying.
Yeah, that is so strange. I just feel fucking nothing. That is so weird. Huh. You can't answer this for me. This is more like a Ren, what the fuck is what with that? But even then, they can't do it either. I have to kind of sit with this. I wonder if it's just from like my white socialization and like being buried in white people. I don't know. This is the strangest phenomena. I mean, I knew eventually disagreement would happen because that's just kind of people. But that is so strange how someone is like, this is offensive. And I'm like, I don't feel anything. Like, that's so weird.
We can watch the when I upload it. I will send you the link too, and you can see it
Yeah,
and
I'm
see
gonna
if the
probably have to
second
do
time it
that.
gives it a go. Because
Yeah.
you just might be exhausted. Because I can't imagine how exhausted this is for you to
Yeah, but like, what's the
endure.
difference between like me and Ren? You know, it's not like Ren's having an easy go of life either, and
No,
being like monoracially black and everything they face. So I don't know. That is so okay. But anyways, the white half of me can shut the fuck up and stop centering. Can you, Phoenix, because time is running over, can you finish answering about the homework in terms of you were describing the quote unquote general vibes of what you learned?
Yeah, so like general vibes is a lot about LSR, his thoughts, his feelings, his convictions, things he did as far as like not only artistically but also socially, politically, his convictions, all this like personal, like there must have been good record keeping stuff about him. And then with Edmonia, we learned just facts about um, uh, the facts about her life and like divorced from anything personal other than one quote from her, and like we like very much learned mostly about like traumas and like oppression she faced, and then with LSR we learned a lot about like what LSR? Oh yeah. Um, is that not how you say that?
No. I was just Pax. I think Pax didn't.
Yeah. I just meant I don't know if I'm saying it weird. That's all.
No.
Um,
You're fine.
um, but with LSR, like, and also like it felt like the events of Edmonia's life were a vehicle to talk about her art, and then with LSR,
the art was a vehicle to talk about him as a person. Also, like in like LSR reminded me of like white people who had moved to Canada and they are basically like, fuck you, I got mine, because of him moving to Switzerland and being like, well, everything's great and I don't have to think about anything else. And then like Edmonia's life reminded me that like no matter where you go, sorry, sorry, I was laughing because hearing LSR, learning about learning like what I learned in Edmonia's article reminded me that like white supremacy is such a global issue that there is no place a black or indigenous or person of color like could move to that is not been affected by racism, white supremacy, and the patriarchy.
Quick request. Please stay with Black or Indigenous, or other terms that maybe either group asks to be called, because when we say people of color, it gets really obscuring, and that's not what we're talking about. Well, I mean, obviously, because of those present, we're talking about anti-Blackness, and the other thing we're open to is anti-Indigenousness, so I don't want the obscurement, but the thing I'll ask next is, what was it like, and this is for both you and Sam, what was it like reading these articles in which the gay white man fascist gets all the humanization and the Black woman just gets a sad trauma porn story of her victimization despite her creation and her creativity and her own personhood?
If I may, real quick, if that's cool with you, Sam, if I go first.
Go for it. I kind of missed the first half anyway. I forgot the first half anyways.
Um,
I'm listening. PhD.
So I may have been very composed in like what I wrote down about what I learned and in the response of like what we like said, but I was fucking seething every time I thought about it, because I was like, not only was Edmonia not only was it like you said trauma porn, but like also like in the own article it basically wrote her off as an unreliable narrator, and I'm like, there are so many more humanizing ways to like say we don't have a lot of like information about her because XYZ like issue with like white supremacy affecting black and indigenous women throughout the years, or like anything that didn't label her basically, hey, she lied about shit. Like in the fucking article, it fucking basically was like, yeah, she's a liar. Not only was she like accused of theft and attempted murder, but we think she's a liar. And like LSR is over there like the Ben Miller's over there being like, you know, LSR, my BFF, and I'm like, I swear to like, and like almost like seemingly to trivialize like his like fucking bigotry, like the like I feel sorry for the dirt LSR is touching right now.
It's interesting
and
how.
Deserved better.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna. Yeah, and Edmonia deserved better.
It's just interesting how like LSR can be literally labeled evil, as in they feature him in a podcast called Evil Queers, as mentioned in the article, and yet the person that's presenting him in the article is like, we just have to make sure like all parts of a person are recognized. You mean like his white supremacy and how he basically wants like these like thick, soft-bottomed like femboy twinks, white twinks in a like whites only world, and like but we just have it's just complicated. Like,
Yeah, and Sam was mentioning that she likes the side of me because not the most scathing thing I put in my own responses is that I like if he were to put his art out in the modern day, I wish like it would be received as the what was it, gay fascist wet dream that it obviously fucking is. And
hmm
like I was like the entire time we were talking, I was like being like, hey, let's stick to like what's being asked of us. And then like now I actually get to like vent my frustrations about the whole process because fuck LSR and Endomonia deserve better.
Let's go.
So, what did you learn about symbolic annihilation, and how did it play out? Don't try to go verbatim with your notes. Try as if you're just trying to teach us and show an example how it played out.
Me or Sam, because I thought you wanted
You.
Sam to respond
Oh,
to the question.
oh shit. Go ahead, Sam. That's right. Sorry, I am getting tired.
It's okay. Uh, so the symbolic annihilation. Okay.
Did you want to answer the previous one, or just want
Sure.
to go to this one?
Yeah, I'll do the previous one, which was what do we think about the humanization of Elazar versus the dehumanization of Pneumonia? Is that what the question was?
That's what it led to, but sure, you can comment on that.
Oh, okay. Well, I kind of wrote in the comments that the psychology of the author is intriguing, as a light cushioned word. It's disgusting. Um, because they both failed, utterly failed so badly. Um, that like, and then people are reading this and think they're learning, and it just, uh, and they would be the ones people, they'd be the same ones to be like, well, I'm not trying to do this, you know. The impact versus or intention versus impact is not conceptualized in white people nearly enough. We're so afraid of getting in trouble. Um, but I think that I have that. I think that's all I have to say for that one. For the symbolic annihilation, um, well, Agonia's whole life was attempted, and her whole life was essentially people, white people, attempted to and symbolically annihilated her work uh, as much as possible. Probably because they were jealous that she was a better artist. Um, and Basically, symbolic annihilation is taking like the symbol of hope uh, and this, feelings of being uplifted by Edmonia's work. The symbolic annihilation would be discrediting her work, destroying her reputation, so that Black and Indigenous people of color won't feel that uplifting sensation or just like, wow, that's really cool. Like the symbolic annihilation kind of erases that opportunity, or opportunities may not be the best word to use. Um, Now, with I think that's all I have to say for that. There's probably more that written
Okay,
down.
hold on. So again, try to not say people of color, but Pax, since your life's going the way it is, an hour because um, anyways,
Yeah, I'm here.
sorry, I was just reading what Mara wrote. So because the way your life's been going, you've not been doing the last few homeworks, and so this is all new to you, like to my
Hmm.
understanding that you're hearing from Phoenix and Sam. So in this moment, you're kind of like the mini student from what they're presenting to class. Do you have any questions for them about this LSR, this ammonia, this
I had
symbolic
no idea.
annihilation?
Actually, I have no idea what they're talking about.
So
As an outsider,
yeah.
yeah,
So Phoenix
I
and Sam, teach them.
yeah.
Okay. So, Pax, we're talking about symbolic annihilation, which is the um, intentional destruction of.
Um,
Yeah, what's that?
Pax,
Yes.
are in like general sense, you don't know what's going on in the sense that like Elisar and Edmonia's story is like
Didn't even read the
for
articles.
right?
I didn't
Yeah.
read the articles, no.
Yeah. Okay. I was just making sure. So, Sam,
So
do you
tell me
want to
about
take it from?
these two people
Yeah,
and
take it from
what
the
did
top.
they
Take it
do?
from the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So, Edmonia was a sculptor in the late 1800s, late 19th century, who was an incredible sculptor. Chiseled her own pieces. Um, I think for two reasons. One, unfortunately, she could not afford a stonecrafter where others did. Also, this is speculation, but I imagine she enjoyed it. Um, so she created a beautiful sculpture called The Death of Cleopatra that was uh, people were astounded as well as controversial. Um, thought it was controversial, too graphic, wanted to silence her voice. Um, the article is a gross misrepresentation of her. It starts off with just like horrible things that she went to as the first things that the reader reads. And then it kind of goes into one semi-positive explanation of her, but it kind of has the reader being pointed towards sympathy, othering, uh, because also in the article, there are white abolitionists who assisted her, and they have more information. Well, not maybe not more information, but there's it's softer. It's like the author of the article, Alice Glass, just seemed to not be able to does not know how to talk about a black and indigenous person, let alone a woman. Uh,
me and Sam both came to the conclusion that it kind of felt like she had to write the article. Like it was like a chore. Like she didn't want to write this article in particular for whatever reason.
yeah, like a clickbait quota. Um, and let's see. Um, Edmonia was accused of things she didn't do, okay, which resulted, and she was cleared of these things. Um, but essentially, she was accused of doing two crimes in college, and she was found not guilty. But even still, the college said you can't finish your degree. You need to leave. Um, pretty much being in favor of the people who accused her, and essentially this was it, this is a speculation, but I would say that this whole thing was a ruse from the school to get her out. Um, but I can't say that for sure, just based off history.
If I may cut in one more time.
Please do.
Also there are there's only one direct quote from her, and it's arguably the only piece of information that is at all humanizing, and it is the only piece of information that gives you any thought towards what kind of a person she was. And it was her talking about how she doesn't she would like more people to give her legitimate, I believe she said, I don't, I'm paraphrasing, but she basically said, I don't love to be overpraised in pieces of, I think she said she doesn't like being overpraised. She'd much rather be critiqued legitimately, so she knows what she can improve, is basically the feeling of the article. And the second thing I wanted to say is in the article itself, it basically paints her as an unreliable narrator, and so it's even worse than if it because not only is
it talking about symbolic annihilation that she faced, or well, we'll get to that, but like not only is it showing like discrediting her as a person and like in general, but the article itself like digs into that.
Okay, so from what I understand, the article is about a black or indigenous artist.
Both.
And
Yes, black and indigenous.
oh, black
First,
and indigenous. Okay. Black-
First, oh, sorry.
An indigenous artist who created a piece called "The Death of Cleopatra"
And many others.
and many others, and people didn't like her and accused her of doing crimes and kicked her out of school.
Yes, so the school part was first, and the death of Cleopatra was years later. Um, so basically, she was really good. White people didn't like that, and they stopped at nothing to destroy her reputation and prevent her from being able to succeed, which failed because when you're that authentic, people can't help but listen. Sometimes not. Um,
So she succeeded
so
despite being falsely accused of people.
yes and no. Financially, not so much. No one bought the death of Cleopatra, and it was kind of forgotten about for a century before it was found.
But she succeeded in gaining international like renown, but like she still did not receive like wide like recognition in the sense that people were like general audiences or even like art like people in the art industry saw like monetary value in what
Basically, verbal tips.
in her pieces. Yeah.
Oh, so she got a pat on the head.
Yep, pretty
Essentially.
much. And it because like the people who it was kind of conveyed that like people didn't take the time to understand. It just like got face value. This that the Cleopatra is too graphic. Without even realizing like Cleopatra chose her fate instead of being captured. It's very powerful.
Ren has put a note in the comments for you, Sam, and also, yeah, I don't. You need to be a little more mad about this, like somewhere in between where you were when we were talking about this earlier and this.
Yeah, so I can speak to that. I'm trying to find a balance. Because I could say I want to, could say stuff, but I'm trying to find a balance and also at the same time, I go too far sometimes, and I guess I'm trying to find a balance. But to Ren, yes, I was not using strong enough language because I believe I'm intellectualizing this and going too quick. It was left to rot and deteriorated. Yes, in graffiti, it was graffitied. It was so essentially it was not bought, put in a saloon, as I think a centerpiece, and it was, there I don't think there most likely wasn't any. This was by Edmonia Lewis. I think it was just it kind of was conveyed that it was just kind of placed in a saloon, and then it let's see, where did it move to? It was a grave marker
Racetrack.
for a racehorse.
Which it was there, I believe, when it was graffitied and defiled.
Yeah, and not only that, but like well-meaning, and I air quotes this so hard because like if you don't know how to restore art, don't try and restore art. Boy Scouts like painted over the graffiti.
Purposely forgotten.
Yeah, and like, but like if you don't like, the thing is, it's like it's if you don't know how to restore art, you don't know the historical significance of this and all this other stuff, maybe it's better to contact an association that deals with fucking art. And like the disgrace and like the absolute like just the horrible like mishandling of this, and eventually like there was an association that actually like took the piece and is doing their best to not only preserve it but also
also like scan it and like get a good representation of it. And I believe the picture in the article is one of these scans from it. But like the fact that it took a fucking century for it to get any like respect, when it like, if you see the scan, it's a really cool detailed piece of like like it said, it's literally a depiction of the death of Cleopatra. And it is like, if it were preserved, it would be even cooler to see in person. But the fact that it was like left to like move to a saloon where I'm sure it was given the best fucking treatment, to like the gravestone of a horse, like a horse's grave, just because like the horse shared the name Cleopatra. It's like it was treated as a novelty.
Right.
Okay.
Hell yeah, Phoenix.
Oh, it was forgotten about after the horse track. After the horse track closed down, it was essentially just sitting there for I think decades, like before like
Uncovered.
anyone. Uncovered, weathered, like exposed to the
It was
elements.
marble.
No. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay.
No, wait. No, maybe it was Italian. I think it was Italian stone, so I believe that
Marble.
would indicate marble. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't know enough about that part.
Well, ask them.
Yeah. Oh. And now I get to talk about Elisar. You thought I was mad when I was
Well-
talking about this.
Hold on, did you check in? You're teaching someone.
Sorry.
Okay.
I just meant as a.
What eventually happened to this amazing artist?
I can speak up. Go for it, Phoenix.
Go ahead. You good?
Okay.
I just cut in for a little bit. You good?
So after it was made into a grave marker, which is, it was such the racetrack was torn down, and it was turned into a Navy munitions site and a bulk mail center, and over the decades, but it sat there. It wasn't touched. It was intentionally forgotten about. And
Sam,
props-
they're asking about the artist, the human being.
Oh, oops! I misunderstood then. I so much I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I really did misunderstand that. I thought the amazing. I thought you were talking about the piece. You're talking about Monia herself. You're asking what happened. Well, you know what? This is actually very interesting because we can't really tell you, because right after, like, as it started talking about the death of Cleopatra, it stopped talking about Edmonia in its entirety. The remaining information that was given was about other sculptures she had made, but from my understanding, if I can go back to it real quick, there was no talk on, her later years.
There was one note, but it was only year and place of death, London, 1902.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the only thing they care about.
I'm not saying it's respectful. I'm just saying that's the only thing we know
yeah.
between like the sculpting, the showing. Like the story basically ends with her finishing basically what the article sets up as her magnum opus, the death of Cleopatra, and it being received like Sam said earlier, controversially. People saying that it's so graphically depictive that it's hard. It might blur it might not be able to be considered art. I'm paraphrasing that one too, but like fuck whoever said that. So like I don't care as much.
Yes, that's the death of Cleopatra. But and then it like Sam said, it goes into other works that did survive by her, but this is part of the reason why earlier I said it feels like a vehicle.
She's beautiful.
Like the her life events feel like a vehicle to talk about her art, because ultimately it's more about her art than her person.
So it's very unfortunate that through this article we are unable to communicate or teach what happened to her. I am compelled to research her more, so I could tell you that. That'll have to be for next session.
That's
But what I
if the
can do,
information is available.
right? Well, I'm pretty good at scouring. And there's just another piece I'd like to show. This beautiful sculpture here. It's called Old Arrowhead. So I guess, for the information that we can give you is what the art that she made.
You totally looked over the fact that she had to degrade herself by making those little white people pieces so people would buy it for money.
That was next. Actually, that's where I was going next.
Yeah, she had to sculpt essentially, like she tried to be as human with it as possible, as like creating like at least exemplifying like at least people, although like not good people in a general sense, but people who were significant in like furthering like the freedoms of Black and Indigenous people. But it's still
Abolitionists.
like I can't. Yeah, abolitionists specifically, and still like I still can't imagine that it was very humanizing to have to sculpt white people to make a dime to pay for the like. She had to do that to fund the rest of the marble for the death of Cleopatra.
Well, yeah, because marble's like, especially Italian marble, is like exceedingly expensive now. I cannot imagine how expensive it would have been back then to have to ship it over from Italy.
Yes, I think so. She was in okay. She was in the U.S. to start with. She went to but at one point, I believe after college, she actually did go to Italy to get to go. Yeah, her brother helped her financially. She was lucky in some ways, in the sense that she was lucky to have a brother who had funds to.
Risked his life for the gold rush.
Yeah, but also it's like he risked his life to get that money, and then lovingly gave it to his sister to pursue her dreams. She still, like, even with all that backing and support, had to grind her ass off to finish like the death of Cleopatra. And it took her, I think, 4 years in total. I believe it's 4 years in total to like resource. Huh?
Just a little more than 4.
Oh, okay. But so Pax. Yeah, U.S. college, Italy, back to U.S. to sell the white tokens, and back to Italy to finish the death of Cleopatra. And yeah, I just wanted to check in with you, see if you have any questions.
Are you able to follow along?
I was able to follow along about the artist. So who was this LSR person that you were talking about?
Bitch. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll start this one.
Yeah, I'm actually might get too angry.
LSR was well, you're gonna have to
find a healthy medium because I'm not going to do this all by myself.
No, don't worry.
Because I'm going to get too mad if I do.
I said I would revive him just to kill him again.
I said he wasn't worth the breath after being revived. Anyways, Elisar is he was born into status into the German-speaking Baltics. He
Ren has a
wasn't
question
like
before you
Yeah, hold on.
continue.
Yes, Ren.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to point it out, and then you can decide how you want to move from there. But I noticed that when we were retelling the story of the artist and the death of Cleopatra, we didn't actually speak about how the artist herself felt about the piece and what she meant for it to live, and her actual heart and soul and spirit of the art piece wasn't mentioned at all. And I think that is a potential oversight for
In the
Yeah,
symbolic annihilation, I don't believe there was any connection to that, in the way, that had to be additionally searched information. I don't recall it being mentioned.
I did mention aspects that were symbolically were symbolic annihilation, but
We weren't clear. We were cooking.
yeah.
We didn't want to.
Well, I wasn't thinking to answer the question in the teaching. I was thinking about answering after. Then that's my bad. In doing so, Pax, would you like me to talk about symbolic annihilation and how it affected Edmonia specifically? Would you like to learn about it?
Yes, absolutely.
So, symbolic annihilation is a process of basically discrediting or dehumanizing a marginalized group through ways of trivialization, oppression, condemnation. And Edmonia faced all three different types of symbolic annihilation, because the art world trivialized her work. She was condemned at college and accused of not only petty theft but also attempted murder. And she also faced condemnation from the article itself being. Did you have something to say, Sam?
Mix. I probably shouldn't interrupt you. You should finish your thought.
Okay. She was also condemned by the article itself as being like I said earlier, essentially being an unrelatable narrator, and she was omission. I might have said oppression, but I meant omission as the third one. And omission because her works in general, there are so many of her works that have been lost to time due to not properly keeping them, not caring, just complete negligence and omission to any type of preservation. And I do know the article talks about a speculation of how she may feel about Cleopatra, but and it is that someone speculates that symbolically she might have identified with the death of Cleopatra as Cleopatra taking hold of her own story, and she may have related to that, but unfortunately that is speculative.
I can see the thread, and I could understand why someone would say that, but in the article it is shown as speculative, and I wish I could go more into her feelings, her thoughts, her emotions, but it's very much omitted from the article itself, which is another type of symbolic or annihilation.
Well, I
that
don't think that's
happens.
very symbolic. Just think that's annihilation, isn't it?
Right?
Uh,
No,
uh,
but I hear
yes, yes, but the like symbolic annihilation is is to like detract from like what they what the person like represents. It's more of a a term than it is it's to describe the dehumanizing and like taking away essentially the symbolic value or the like value of them as a person, to where like people don't view them as like essentially real or like emblematic of what they believed.
Go ahead, Ren.
So just help me remember, clarify for me the part where they spoke on her other words about it was said already. God, my memory doesn't work that well, y'all. But
She would prefer not being praised but being like legitimately critiqued.
yes, was that put forth with certainty about with her words?
That was the only thing. As yeah, I had mentioned that earlier. That was the only thing that was 100% like direct quote from her, direct feeling from her, and it showed that she was a woman in want of constant improvement, because she had said like as I said earlier, she wants legitimate critique so she can know where she can like improve. And I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the article right in front of me. But I can actually go get the specific quote.
I'm looking for it now. I'm on the article, because though the quote is factual in its regard, I am trying to look for the language that the author wrote around the quote.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, because a lot of what is written is like sandwiched. A lot of what's written about Anmonia is sandwiched in with white supremacist values or ideology. I'm looking for the actual. Let me do Control F to find. Let's see, what is the quote?
Oh, here it is. I found it.
Good job.
Sam.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go ahead,
Go ahead
Ren.
and
What were
read.
you about to
No,
say?
I had a slightly unrelated critique that I may still have time to give afterwards, but I want to check in with Zara first before I do that. But yeah, let's hear the words, please.
Oh, yes. Some praise me because I am a colored girl, and I don't want that kind of praise, she said.
Wait. We're looking for the language around it.
Facts. What?
What does
I would
Alice
rather
say?
you point out my. Let me read it
Can
in
I have
its
the quote?
entirety, and then I'll.
Yeah, let me hear the entire quote, please.
Yeah. Okay, I'll start over. But some praise me because I'm a colored girl, and I don't want that kind of praise, she said. I had rather you would point out my defects, for that will teach me something.
There's nothing written around it. That is just
Okay, what do you think that means? What do you think that means? Because what I heard you say originally was her quote was, "I would rather be critiqued," and that's not to me what she's saying. Read the quote again, please.
Yeah. Some praise me because I am a colored girl, and I don't want that kind of praise, she said.
Okay.
I'd had.
What do you think that means? What do you think that means?
She doesn't want to be praised just based off the color of her skin. She wants to be praised on merit.
Well, why do you think that she says that? Like, why do you think it's that she's saying that exact thing? Because you kind of glossed that over, like when you were talking about it, that she just wanted to be critiqued. But what that is a completely different statement, than what that is.
Yeah. I focused on the praise bit when reading, and that was my failing. But yeah, it's very much saying she would rather than being praised just because she was like black, she would rather have someone say something that she was doing wrong, because nothing there is nothing. Yeah.
Nothing of merit that person is saying.
Huh?
Does
Yeah.
There was
Yeah,
nothing
exactly.
of merit. Does she mean that there's nothing of merit that person is saying? Why do you think at that time that they would just be praising her just because she was black and indigenous?
Because they wouldn't they think so lowly of them that any talent would be not only trivialized but acted as if they were the only ones who could do it.
Isn't this the article, now that my memory's coming back to me, isn't this the article where white people would watch her work because they couldn't believe she could do it?
I didn't see that in the article.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Wait. Pretty.
I don't recall.
I'm pretty
Maybe
sure
in a
at one
second
point.
that you didn't ever see. I just realized that now.
Can you
I
repeat
do
that, sir? I'm
remember,
sorry.
In one of the articles, I believe she went through the experience of white people watching her sculpt because they couldn't believe she could do it. Like they didn't think her sculptures were hers.
Mm-hmm.
Casting doubt.
Well, no,
Why?
labeling, seeing her as a fraudster because she's black and indigenous. She couldn't have done it. She's not competent enough as a black and indigenous woman. I thought that happened now. I had forgotten about it until this moment.
I am reading through. It talks about how she was unable to get institutional schooling. I don't see.
It might be in the article you didn't see. I had saved too. But if it's not there, it's not there.
I don't see that.
No, I did say yes initially because I do remember. Yeah. Some people were blown away by it. They thought it was. Oh yeah. The general shock that she could make art is definitely in there, but I don't.
Right. So with that in mind, in that context, can you read to me again the quote that she said?
Hmm.
With that context in mind, yeah, read the quote again.
Some people praise me because I'm a colored girl, and I don't want that kind of praise. She said, "I'd rather you point out my defects, for that will teach me something."
That will teach me something.
Does that give a whole new connotation to her quote for you?
Yeah, because if the thing is, it's they're basically saying I'm surprised she can even pick up the tools, but she's like, hey, why don't you actually look at the art, you dumb fuck, and tell me if there's anything I could have done better.
Yeah, Davina, let me.
Like she could have actually learned. Oh, yeah, yeah. Would be misogynoir. Misogynoir.
Okay. Now, can you tell me how that has to do with symbolic? What was it called again?
Annihilation.
Symbolic.
Thank you. Symbolic annihilation.
That kind.
It would be it would be like it would be them trivializing like, or it would be them trivializing like her work in the sense that it's like it's um it doesn't in like it doesn't have, it's a novelty essentially to them, like not that it is novel but a novelty, like, oh, look, like more so like pointing and like, not actually like taking it for its merit, but like being like, can you believe, like, yeah, misogynoir basically like a woman, a black and indigenous woman did this, and they're not like looking at it, they're not looking at its artistic value, they're not considering the piece, they're basically stuck in the novelty of it and not at all like engaging with the art.
Their eyeballs see
That's
it, but they can't witness it. They
Yeah,
won't look at it at any closer detail because of the hands that made it.
would be a kind of symbolic annihilation because of the people, because they are refusing to see Edmonia Lewis as human, as well as refuse to see her as a competent being who can craft such magnificent work. That would be a form of symbolic annihilation, the intentional.
So, what's
No,
it like, despite having all the feelings you had during your homework and now, that it took this much extra labor to bring out all these other details that were critical to the story?
how we're
I mean, part of that's on me because I actually forgot myself, but like, what is it like, right? Because they had to push you to get these other things out, right? Because you're ready to go on your hatred of the gay white male fascist, right? Instead of all these other things about her.
and also the frustration like with the article in general and not the good bits, like those small nuggets of good that are in the article.
interesting. That's yeah. Thank you for calling this out, everybody. Um,
Like you do the homework and it still happens, you know what I mean?
yes, it is the cognitive dissonance. I feel that might be the word to use, because we know and don't know at the or we know but don't practice. It's about connecting that knowledge with emotion, like you say, into wisdom and having uh, a more of a double understand, more than double understanding about these topics, these lives, the people. Um, the fact that it took so much extra work to get this out of us shows um, we can't be confident that we're doing the right things. Our ego can't be fed that we're doing the right things. We're not. We're saying the right things, but we're not. It's like we don't feel it yet. You know. Um, it's like we don't feel it yet. There is a the pickaxe is a great analogy because you know we're you know it's taking too long. but it is happening. But it's exasperating to know that even still, uh, you know, I can't speak for Phoenix here, but I would um, assume that the slowing down, um, the wanting to jump to how we don't like the white racist, and kind of skipping over um, Edmonia's life, uh, kind of still seeing it as an intellectual understanding rather than Edmonia Lewis as a person and a sculptor, as a human being with uh, you know, what is it, helps and hindrances, and you know,
But what's funny is
different
even
nuance.
as you say those things, right? Like those
Yes,
were the things you were talking about, and then you're like, anyways, let's talk about the white guy.
right, right. We just did that. Uh, well, so that has me thinking, Phoenix, maybe you and I should research more about Monia. Um, I think a part of it, a part of it is there's such a little information here to go off of. That does not negate the fact that we want to hurry to the next subject. Um,
Right, and that was part of the
it's like,
homework assignment is the contrast of how they wrote and described
yes,
her or lack of compared to white gay male fascist.
it's like we're utilizing the fact that there's not enough information to skip over what could have been said to get to the what we don't like about the gay fascist, which is dehumanizing, and honest, yeah. Uh, but again, I'm just saying words, you know. It'll take hammering to get this routined, um, especially with neurodiversion, with routine issues. Um, that's why I think about like white supremacist neurodiversion. Like there's an intertwining of it. We can't hide behind it, because it's attached to every part of it. The amygdala, the frontal cortex, it's everywhere. Um, I just I just I want to keep doing this, and the more I do it, I am confident that I'll get somewhere. And I believe Phoenix will too. I believe in Phoenix. You know, has me thinking.
You're
Well, we will look at the neurodivergence and white supremacy thing next time, but please note that I put a note about that. But yes, Pax, what is it you're saying?
it's like you're rushing to do the homework. You know, mean to get the homework to completed. Look! I've done it. Look, I'm paying attention. Look,
Yes,
I'm doing this instead of enjoying it. It's kind of like, you know,
I,
not enjoying the process of making a baby, just wanting to have the baby. Do you know what I mean? So you're skipping over like the really good parts and the humanization parts, and maybe like why Zara is assigning this to you, to take a look at, because to me it sounds like there's this like really cool statue, marble statue, and you know, I don't, not that I know a whole bunch of stuff about art, but I know it's like exceedingly expensive, and so I'm I'm impressed that, you know, she was able to um, go to Italy and get funding, and raise money to do that. That to me is like more interesting. I really, I've had my fill of gay white fascists. Like,
You're not
it's
missing
to me
much,
it's
I
weird
promise.
stories. Yeah, you know, we can hate on people. That's great, but let's talk about
it's
let's
easy to
talk
be
about the really
bloodthirsty.
cool stuff, right?
It's
Let's
harder, not harder.
yeah, yeah, like
Also,
let's
you've got to think she traveled to Italy in a boat. Like
uh-huh.
you've got to think
That's
like
what I'm
that.
hung up on.
Hmm.
Sorry.
That journey alone, I can't imagine was all sunshine and roses. But like that is another thing that is more or less, it's stated that she traveled like over the sea in a boat, but like it's like nothing about any aspect of the journey.
Right.
Um,
So there's a whole lot of story that seems to be missing there that
yes,
I like would find fascinating.
me too. I've written about that in my answers. Her brother's gold rush experience, her months at sea, or I think it takes months. Either 2 weeks,
Yeah,
you know.
it takes a while.
This is what I'm interested in. I'm not interested. Well, I guess I'm not interested, but I'm more interested in exactly what you're saying, Pax. Like the whole story, her whole life, um, is omitted from here, which is, well, I don't want to. We should keep going. Um, let's see, where's my answer on? Wow, oops, I fucked this. I messed this up.
Pat, did you have any other
Um,
questions or comments as the the
No,
situation?
yeah, you ended up teaching us. Um,
no,
Or is it gone?
nope. We're good. No,
Oh, it's not going green anymore. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, sorry.
no, I was hoping Sam was going to continue on it. The rest of the homework.
I mean, I intentionally gave them a shit article. I mean, like, because that's the
I
most
noticed.
accessible information about her. Like, I didn't even special search to find the worst one. It's literally like the most accessible article about her, and it's nothing.
Wow,
That was kind of the point.
that I did catch that. I
Yeah, it wasn't
realized,
like I searched specifically to make this example.
the two articles are very specific. It is very smart and intelligent the way you specifically chose those two articles for us to compare and contrast. Um
But what
I
I'm
do
saying is, it
see,
wasn't even a search. It was just like I was interested in her. I looked up the thing,
right?
and then bam, and then I was like, oh, there's something in here. And then I had this separate other article about this other subject that I had for a long time, and I was like, well, I'll be damned. And then I threw them at you.
Right. Thank you. This was very
Anyways,
intellectually entertaining.
Pax, did you have anything else
Anyway,
about Miss Lewis?
No.
Okay. Do you really care to hear about the German gay fleeing
No.
fascist guy who wants
Yeah,
gay twinks and
I was a, oh, I was just
uh-huh.
gonna say, in the interest of like the fact that I have to wake up in the morning, you're not
Oh
missing
yeah,
much.
yeah.
there is something from that article I think is important. The idea that queer is ambivalent. It doesn't necessarily just mean good. A lot of young people, I feel like myself and others growing up, we associated queer with being humanistically ethical and moral and just. Um, but that is not the case. In its entirety, not the case. That was the only thing that I think was great to take from, is the notion that just because you're queer doesn't mean you're not an evil fascist, or anyone could be anything. It doesn't matter, you know, uh, what you look like. Some people can be the worst or best of humanity. Uh, yeah,
Okay.
that's
I'm gonna wrap things up now, because of how much time we're over. I had this homework in mind, but it's like I don't even know if you're ready yet. But at the same time, I also think, what if the homework itself is a teaching opportunity? Ren, you know about it. What do you think? I think I told you, Ren. I think I asked you if you wanted to be a part of it.
Yes.
Do you think they're even ready, or do you think that, like, can the homework that I have mind, like, teach them something, or do you think it'll just fly overhead?
I do think that there is work that can be done with it. I I tend to think in terms of like layers and depths, which might be shown tonight with the all the pickaxes, but you I don't think that they're going to be able to reach the same depth that they would, in a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever the case may be. But I do
Right.
think it could be worth the labor.
Okay. Well,
Can I ask a question? Um, do you mind if I interrupt for a second, Sarah, and
no,
ask a
go
question
ahead.
about the homework?
Yeah.
Can they do it now and then redo it in a month's time and see the growth? Could this be a measuring tool?
Yeah, there's ways to do this. They'll be getting feedback. It's also unfortunate that Lyra and Kay weren't here. There's just a lot of shortage, but we took a lot of time. Okay, but I'm gonna get to it because Phoenix needs to go to bed.
Mhm.
So the thing is, this is the first time you're gonna be working as a This is the thing. Sam, you need to finish the homework with watching the live about Misty to deconstruct some of that work so that you can further process what Ren has busted their asses to teach you. Like that needs to be done. You don't get to blow that off. So that you have another week to do that, and you will message me those answers about that. Okay. So you will all now be in a large group together for the first time. I'm assuming Pax is going to be a part of this homework unless you say your life is too chaotic right now. Um,
Sure.
okay. Well, let me know. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
No. No.
all of you,
I mean, sure. I'll be a part.
yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna be you, like I mean all of you. So Sam, Pax, Phoenix, Kay, Lyra, all of you are going to work together. You're going to write a minimum 1 page, single spaced, open letter. You're going to write about, I'll bring some videos as well to watch. Um, you will be, this is all a group project, as in you're singularly together writing this one thing. You're not writing separate ones. It's all of you pouring into the same document. You're writing an open letter, trying to share, and it's aimed towards white trans people to try to share everything you've learned in class together in a way that if any of you write it individually, you're trying to pass on your lessons in this open letter to your audience of white trans people. So, like I said, at minimum, it is going to be a single spaces, 1 page open letter. You're going to have 2 weeks as I'm taking this week off and next week because of the political work I need to do. So you will have 2 weeks uninterrupted as a large group to write it. And when you're done, when you feel that you're done, you will present. This is assuming you do it less than 2 weeks. You'll give it to me, and I have more steps for you. If not, that is fine, and then we'll deal with it. We'll navigate in class 2 weeks from now. So that is your assignment. I'll be handing out videos to watch. You will be adding sort of more perspective, more things to consider, and everything that Ren has busted their asses to teach you. All of that, not in a literal sentence by sentence by sentence. I hope you can hear what I'm saying. Like you're trying to teach without it being like point A, point B, point C. Like whatever you think to get where your mind is at now as a group, to try to, in an open letter, somehow get white trans people to where you're at. That is the homework for the next 2 weeks. Along with you, Sam, finishing doing the Misty thing on the side within 1 week. Lyra, I'm going to hold all of you to hold Lyra to do the homework because Lyra didn't do the homework about Edmonia and LSR. So try to see if she can get that done as well within the next week. And then Kay still needs to finish it as well. And so Lyra and Edmonia, sorry, Lyra and Kay can both send that homework to me, but all of you will be working on the letter. But the letter is not an excuse to not get the other stuff done. So Kay and Lyra and you, Sam, have to catch up. Okay. I'm tired. You're all tired. We will I will bring in the details with you tomorrow, but the final thing is Phoenix, Trunkle Pax, and Sam, you're going to thank Ren because they busted their asses today.
Ren, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, for pouring so much of yourself into us, for just showing up and being all in and spoon feeding us things that we should already know, and the forgiving nature in which you're doing it. I truly appreciate you. I appreciate your keen insight and your observations and your um, your astute observations into everything. And I do sincerely appreciate you and thank you for taking the time to spend with me today.
Thank you so much, Ren. You did so much today that like me, like you just poured out so much of yourself to like allow me the room to actually like connect with my feelings in the moment on like a level I haven't in a I wish I were joking years, maybe even my whole life. And like I may have gotten there eventually, but you are so amazing to have like been able to shorten that time exceedingly, and I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you, Ren. Um, Instrumental, the grace, the vulnerability, humility, the no issue questioning yourself. So, is astute the right word? Admirable. It's so fucking cool. Like, um, I really look up to you. With your such a clear, like, that's it, and you're right. Uh, I thank you for calling us out, fearlessly. Um, I appreciate everything that you've done and everything that you're doing and will do and have done. You individually are uniquely special in this case, um, because of how acute and keen you are with this exact specific um, issue of white supremacy in our brains that we're trying to just rip the fuck out of ourselves, you know? Um, and the ability to, you're not ability, giving us just the room, the space, the patience. For God's sakes, we don't deserve it, you know? At the same time, you're not doing, I wouldn't even say you're doing it for us. You're doing it so you can survive, so we can tell other people, and teach other people, and yet, you know, end this mass death machine. That's the purpose. Um, we're that's all I have for now. But I kind of want to write something down, because of how appreciative I am. I want to continue thinking about how appreciative I am for your presence. It's beautiful.
And I will finish by saying, Ren, this is definitely your arena, heartfelt arena, if we could use that word in that context. You say you're excited to do this work, and it shows. This is your place of profound transformation, and once again, you have shown excellence in this regard, and evolving the consciousness of people. Well done, Ren, and thank you.
evolving the consciousness of people. That's mhm. Not
I'm
many.
genuinely touched.
Well,
Thank you.
happy
Is
to
there anything else you want to say, sweeties? Or are you good to go, Renz? Ren?
I
Sorry?
really appreciate
Oh,
I really appreciate you, Zara, opening that space for that outpouring. Because I honestly don't know that I would have gotten it if you didn't explicitly clear the space for it. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the words from everyone on the panel. Thank you.
of course. Okay, everyone break. Go to bed. Bye.
Talk to you
Thank you,
tomorrow.
Zara. Thank you,
Bye.
Peck.
bye.